knuckles gripping, fate in the dark. Broken glass symphony, crime scene art. Yellow tape dancing where the nightmares start. Heartbeats sink till the sirens cry. Truth buried deep where the lost souls lie. Sirens in the dark, screaming through the night. Paint the city red, drowning in the fight. Running from the past, nowhere left to go. Sirens in the dark, pulling me below. Heavy bass thump, got the devil in my chest. Hoodie pulled tight, I'm a ghost at best. Street lights flicker, shadows playing games. Every block a gamble, rolling loaded names. Knives flash quick like a camera's click. Life on the edge, no room to slip. Tales of the hunted, the hunters, the crime. Symphony of danger in the echo of time. Bass drops heavy, chains on my feet. Marching to the rhythm of a city's heartbeat. Strings cutting sharp, slicing through the grime. Orchestra of chaos, the true crime rhyme. Sirens in the dark, screaming through the night. Paint the city red, drowning in the fight. Running from the past, nowhere left to go. Sirens in the dark, pulling me below.
Shadows creep, blood on stone. Secrets whisper, truth unknown. Cold steel whispers, justice blind. In the dark, who pays the crime? True crime symphony echoes in the night. Screams in silence, wrong and right. Crime symphony, the guilty run, but the hunt's not over
sirens cry. Truth buried deep where the lost souls lie. Sirens in the dark, screaming through the night. Paint the city red, drowning in the fire. Running from the past, nowhere left to go. Sirens in the dark, pulling me below. Heavy bass thump, got the devil in my chest. Hoodie pulled tight, I'm a ghost at best. Street lights flicker, shadows playing games. Every block a gamble, rolling loaded names. Knives flash quick like a camera's click. Life on the edge, no room to slip. Tales of the hunted, the hunters, the crime. Symphony of danger in the echo of time. Bass drops heavy, chains on my feet. Marching to the rhythm of a city's heartbeat. Strings cutting sharp, slicing through the grime. Orchestra of chaos, the true crime rhyme. Sirens in the dark, screaming through the night. Paint the city red, drowning in the fire. Running from the past, nowhere left to go. Sirens in the dark, pulling me below.
All right, all right, all right. Welcome back to the cafe, everybody. Thank you guys for joining us today on this Sunday, November 2. It's the 2nd of November already. Moving right on in to the fall. It is great to be here with you guys again on this weekend. Thank you so much for joining me. I hope you're all having a great weekend and a great day. Thank you for joining us as we are open for business. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night to you all, whoever you are and wherever you are. I hope it's good for you because it's great to be here with you all. I played a couple of songs I come up with for you guys there. I hope you enjoyed those. Let me know if you didn't. If you do, the criticism doesn't hurt, folks. If they sucked, you can tell me. If they didn't, so be it. Either way. So, that being said, guys, we are jumping back into Idaho with an open discussion today. A little bit of the chain of custody on the Sheath I have issues with, and so much more has come out recently that we're going to talk about that too, break it down, and another great discussion that we seem to always have here at the cafe. I appreciate that very much. I looks like Mr. Dylan Hildreth's going to be joining me today, taking time out of his sports day. I appreciate that very much, as well as whoever else decides to. With that being said, guys, you know what comes next. Let's make it through that, and here we go.
Flicker like broken halos. Whispers gather in the smoke-filled air. Tables carved with secrets and shadows. Every story's a wound laid bare. The kettle's boiling with a restless rage. Justice written on an unseen page. I sip the silence, bitter taste, waiting for the ghosts to show their face at the True Crime Cafe. We serve up the pain they try to hide away. Pour another cup of the truth you crave. Raise your glass to the names they betray. Mirrors cracked, reflections are liars. Ashes fall where the guilty once stood. The jukebox hums like a funeral choir, goes pounding through the neighborhood. Every scar is a candlelit vow. We hunt the how, we demand the now. No more silence, no more disguise. We'll paint the night with sharpened cry. At the True Crime Cafe, we serve up the pain they try to hide away. Pour another cup of the truth you crave. Raise your glass to the names they betray. This is not a sermon, it's a battlefield hymn, a requiem dripping from the bottle's rim. The guilty write stories in invisible ink, but we'll drag it all up from the edge of the brave. At the True Crime Cafe, the reckoning burns like a black bouquet. Every shadow will pay. In the True Crime Cafe.
All right, all right. Welcome back, everybody. And Mr. Dylan's in the house today. What's up, brother? How are you today?
Oh, I'm doing all right. All my parlays have been my parlay got smashed for the 1 o'clock game, so and I do appreciate you pushing the live because usually you're live a little bit earlier, aren't you? On Sundays.
Yeah, usually, but I know
Yeah.
today's football day, so I pushed it out a little bit. Plus, I was in my Discord with some of my mods today, having some discussions too. So
It kind of started at the perfect time because I was wrapping up my live because we had some breaking news in college football.
okay,
So-
well, football. I know a lot of people watch at least the 1 o'clock game, so I kind of try to put it in between just in case there were some people that could,
Well, yeah, my live was pertaining on Hugh Freeze just got fired, the Auburn coach. So
That's awesome. I love that. I love it. Love it. Love it. I hate Auburn because I'm an Alabama fan. So yeah, sorry.
So
Go ahead.
the only thing standing between Alabama and a playoff berth is 2 interim coaches in Oklahoma.
I have no fear, no worry by any means whatsoever. I have absolute faith in my team. Absolute faith. That's my college team, folks. Alabama Roll Tide. We all know that. And of course, I'm a Browns fan. That's pathetic. I get it, but it is what it is. I was born that way. I can't help it. Sorry. Bro, for all you football fans out there. But yes, thank you for joining me, brother. I appreciate that very much. Yes, Tomboy's making an unaliving kit today, which is very odd to me, but she's doing it. A mini one. She's a crafter. She sews and crafts and all that. She made these like wine bags, okay, with a handle. So while we were talking, she was showing me this. She's got an itty bitty tiny little, like a what the hell is that? Like it's a blade, a square blade with a handle on it. It's something you use in your
Box
kitchen.
cutter?
Nope, it's for cooking. Typically, it's the blade with the little hole in the end of it, the big square. I know the name of it. I can't think of it right now. Cleaver. There we go. And she even made a little jumpsuit. I'm like, oh Jesus Christ, she's a mess, but that's why I love her. So it is what it is. She gets bored. This is what she does. Anyway, she's very creative though, in so many different ways. But anyway, that's what she did. Yeah, she started putting these things together, and I'm like, are you making a kill kit? And she was like, showed the little cleaver. Then she was like, guys, check it out. And made the little jumpsuits about that big, like for a Barbie doll. I'm like, oh my God. No, it's not a machete, Brian. It's a meat cleaver. There you go. Anyway, moving on. She's crazy, but I love her that way. If I wouldn't love her any other way, I wouldn't want her any other way. That's why she's so special to me. So, anyway, our entire crew is amazing for all their different little attributes. So it is what it is. Real quick though, thank you again, Dylan, for joining me up here. And again, the link is pinned. Anybody else that wants to join Dylan and I, please do. I love hearing your guys' thoughts, especially now that we got this information that we have. We are going to be discussing the chain of custody on the Sheath and all the other issues with the Sheath, but it's an open discussion to talk about anything within what we now know. We're going to be referring to a video that Miss Kathy put out over at Kathy's Indie Zone, breaking that down about the custody chain of custody with the Sheaths and other things as well. And of course, it looks like we have Mr. Brian in the house. Brian guy, good to see you back, buddy. Miss Tandy's in the house. Typically unique. Wonderful to have you here. Mods, please drop her link if we can. Please and thank you. If you see them in here, just drop their link automatically. Miss Monique, hello and welcome. Good to see you today. Bri Guy is in the house. Like I said, wonderful to see Brian always. Beach Babe, welcome back to you. Josie West in the house. Welcome back. Fizzy's fizzing around as always. Good to see you. Long time no see there. Fizzy, Christina Reynolds, welcome back to you. That's right. Roll motherfucking Tide. Thank you, Miss Tandy. Good bird. Hey. Oh, whatever. Don't make me mute you guys. I'll mute him. I wouldn't do that. Anyway, True Crime Unleashed. Robert's in the house. Good to see you. There's Dylan's link, guys. Please make sure you subscribe to Dylan's channel if you will. Sports fan or not, Dylan's a good guy. Show him some love. Show him some support. Even if you don't like the sports, please do. He's a good guy. He talks about some other things too that he got good insight into, in my opinion, and I love hearing it from him. So.
Yeah, got college football, got racing, and I'm actually going to be moving all the true crime and other stuff over onto Rumble. And so,
okay, there you go.
I can have more channels on Rumble without having to go through all the YouTube verification stuff.
Yeah, makes sense. Miss Krista's in the house. Reality, another channel, guys. We need to drop Miss Krista's link if we can. She's over there talking about all that crazy stuff going on Bravo over there. Please go follow her if you will, please and thank you. I appreciate that so very much as well. Once we get her link in here, welcome to you, Miss Krista. Great to see you today. Gail G74 is in the house. Good to see you today, Beach Babe. Again, I think I said it, but hello again, Miss Teresa. Wonderful to be able to see you in here again. Michelle Weddle, welcome back to you. Josie West there. Let's see. Lisa Winchester, welcome back to you. Great to see you today. Again, guys, double check and make sure that you guys are subscribed to the channel should you want to be, because we've had some issues with people finding themselves unsubscribed. So please do, if you will. There's Miss Krista's link right there. Thank you so much, Busy. God bless. Appreciate that. Becky's in the house. Good to see you. I love saying her name. I feel like scratching the record when I say it. Welcome back, Becky. Great to see you today. If we could also drop, because I saw him in here, Ryan Anderson, welcome back, my friend. Moonlit Baby's in the house. There's Senor's link already. You already did it. Damn, Tandy's on point again. Guys, I want you guys following Senor Wazowski. Become a very, very important part of our community and our family here. Most recently, Senor is a retired Baltimore City police officer that's been putting his seal of disapproval on a lot of things that we've been seeing recently. Based on his experience, I really appreciate that. So please go subscribe to Senor and help him grow that channel. Show him some love and support for the things that he's doing to help out with this crazy shit that we look at every day. So thank you for that as well, Senor MS Tandy. Don't get blocked, Dylan. Tandy's she's a Bama fan too, so just kidding. The Chickens played tonight. Let's see who else do we got in here. David Bird, welcome back, my friend. Great to see you. So very happy to have you in the house. The Cat Lady's in the house from up north. Great to see you. Great to have you. Can everybody hear me okay? I hope. Kent Corbett, good to see you. He says no sound. You might have to go out and come back in, Kent. It might be on your end, sir. I hope you guys are hearing me okay. Gianna Gambino, mi amor, welcome. Good to see you. Thank you for joining us. All right, there we go. Roll Tide. That's right.
I think I need to reevaluate my community choices.
I guess so, buddy. I don't care who you like as long as it ain't Auburn. That's all I can say to you.
Oh, I could have told you when they first hired Hugh Freeze, it was going to go horribly, horribly south. Now, I thought it would be the character issues that would cause it to go horribly, horribly south, not the fact that he couldn't win.
Yeah.
Because I don't know if you've heard all the stories about him at Ole Miss or at Liberty.
Yep. I have absolutely heard some horror stories. That's a fact. Yes. So interesting. Most Yucky fans aren't allowed in here. Well, Dylan's special though. We like him, even though he's a Yucky fan. She calls the Yankees the Yuckies. He's looking for his Yucky hat now. See what you guys did?
Got the Red Bull stuff on. I'm feeling F1.
I'm pretty good with just about anything except Auburn and Georgia. I can't handle Georgia fans. I know you're a Georgia fan, but I appreciate I appreciate you though. Only because they give us such a hard damn time when we play them. I do not like LSU. But I can deal with that. But yeah, that's Auburn, Georgia, and LSU are the three colleges that I just don't deal with well. I don't mind the Skankies or the Yankees or whatever you call them, because I used to be a Guardians fan when they were called the Indians, and they ruined that for me, so I just stepped away. I only watch football now, so
I think what I'm going to end up doing is I'm going to go out and I'm going to find a LSU hat. I'm going to wear it with my Georgia jersey, and then I'm going to find some way to get Auburn incorporated into that.
Well, you do what you do. The one I hate the most is Auburn, just because they're the absolute arch enemy of Alabama. So you know.
Well, I'm pretty sure my skin would burn if I put on Auburn stuff.
Yeah, that's exactly it. Too fast for fleas. What's up? Auburn needs Urban Meyer to succeed.
Not gonna happen.
I don't think that will happen either. I'm sorry to say too fast. Yeah. Go Dodgers. Hey.
Blech.
You're a Steelers fan, Robert.
No.
You guys are killing me today, I swear. It's all good. There she is, the awesome Miss Potts in the house. I'd love to hear her thoughts on this as well. Thank you for joining us, Miss Annie. Wonderful to see you. Great job the other day on your show yesterday. As always, it's always an amazing job. Please drop Miss Annie's link in here, guys, please. And thank you, Miss Potts. If you guys are not subscribed and follow Miss Potts yet, you're insane. This woman is amazing at what she does. So educational and has great insight. Even though she'll tell you she don't know shit. It is what it is. Go Phillies. I've never had anybody in here that's a Phillies fan. Interesting. Welcome, Miss Annie. Great to see you and everybody else joining us.
I've met many Philadelphia sports fans. I'll tell you when I find one I like. I'll tell you.
I know a lot of Eagles fans. I don't know any Phillies fans though. Absolutely, Miss Annie. There's the link, guys. Make sure you subscribe to Miss Potts. If you know what you're doing, you'll know. Please, you don't want to miss anything she does. Make sure to hit the notification bell and like it up, folks, because it's always so good. She does a great job with it. Krista said, watch it, Dylan. Thank you, Brian. Dropped a new membership in the house, and it looks like it went to Devil Doll 666. Congrats, Devil Doll. Hasn't been here for a while. Welcome back to the sauce. Double D 666. Great to have you in the house. Great to have you in the sauce with us. Appreciate that very much. Miss Becky. Great to see you. So sweet. It is so wonderful. I appreciate it. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Everybody deserves to be treated in the best possible way that they can. And sadly, you see a lot of people that don't do that. So I know if I do it, at least you guys are getting it from one side. That's all that matters. Everybody deserves respect, no matter what. Anna D's in the house with Truth and Justice, True Crime. Thank you so much for joining us. Your fingers are doing good, Brian. I'm glad to hear that, buddy. I know you've been struggling. Good to hear it. Are you good? Good deal, Kent. I'm glad to hear that, brother. Truth seekers in the house looking for that truth, and we appreciate you very much. And I'm trying to find it for you guys. I truly am. It's a very hard job. 69 people in the house, guys, and it looks like we got
nice
46 likes. Right number, isn't it? 69. That's right. Fizzy's absolutely right, folks. It doesn't cost you one red penny to be kind to somebody else, folks. So just do it. Please. Christina Reynolds, welcome back to you. Beach Babe, great to see you. I think I already said it, but you get it twice. Angel D, my favorite Aussie's in the house. Good to see you. Hemisphere, what's up, Hemi? Good to see you, brother. I don't give no one any respect that don't respect me. Well, that's the way it's got to be. I respect everybody. I agree with that. As long as you respect yourself, that's what I do. If you can respect yourself, you get my respect. We start there, and then we go on from there. Always good to see you guys. Thank you so much for joining us. Come on in, guys. We're going to be discussing, like I said, the Sheath, the chain of custody with it. There's so many other issues with it. There's a couple different dates that I question about things and the different discolorations of it, so on and so forth. And of course, I want your guys' opinions on it. And again, the most important thing with this stupid Sheath, now that we've seen it, it don't change nothing. Like we said, it wasn't going to. It don't make my mind think any differently just because there's a Sheath, TH, doesn't mean I feel any different about what I feel about this case and who committed what crimes. Well, thank you so much, Gianna. That's very, very, very kind of you. God bless. They do take quite a percentage from us as creators, folks. Whenever super chats go out, it's ridiculous because they make so much money already. I don't see why they need it, but it is what it is. Their rules, not mine. But thank you, Gianna. That's very sweet of you. And very much appreciated, guys. Understand we don't ever expect anyone that comes in here to have to donate to be here, but we do appreciate it because it does pay these bills that are getting more and more expensive day by day. If you have a channel, you know what I'm talking about. All right, senor. Good to see you, brother. Brian says, what we can't on this place. What are you talking about, Brian? Where are you at? Oh, we can. We're going to get to Charlie. Don't worry about it. Everybody else is covering it so heavily, I didn't figure it would matter if I did it.
Yeah, the conspiracy theories on that is just getting absolutely insane.
It is deep. It's very deep over there, Mr. Charlie. They're saying everything's hidden and this is that and his wife that, and I can't get into the whole thing with his wife, but I'm going to look into it, you guys. I promise you. I've looked at, I do things in the background too when I'm in my own time, believe it or not.
Did you see the latest one that is absolutely nuts?
With Charlie? No.
This one is actually involving Erica. This was a whole. So it was a whole. So I only caught a little bit of that before my eyes started rolling so fast I couldn't see straight.
Mm-hmm.
But saying that there's this whole plot that JD Vance is going to leave his wife, marry Erica, and then run for president.
What?
Yeah.
Oh my God. Yeah. Okay.
It's insane. It is.
Welcome to YouTube. Welcome to YouTube. That's exactly what you get out here, bro. That's crazy, guys. Come on, like this isn't not. That's one of the reasons why I haven't got that much into it because I don't want to deal with all that crap. I don't want to deal with it all. So Miss Potts said the snap itself may not have been swabbed for DNA at all. Gee, imagine that. Dicka Barlow. Now that we see exactly the areas that were swabbed from the analyst report and pics, the snap was never swabbed at all. It's not listed in them pictures, folks. It sure as hell ain't. Thank you, Miss Potts. So where did they get this DNA out that they're claiming is Brian Koberger's? Gee, I wonder. Not from this stupid sheet that they're claiming they got it from, in my opinion. Thank you for throwing that out there, Miss Annie, because that was coming. That was coming through this conversation somewhere too. Because if you look at the photographs, which I will pull up if we need to, but if you look at them, they have everything outlined where they swabbed. And guess what's not outlined and swabbed? The place that they said was outlined and swabbed that has Brian's DNA in it. So stop your lying. Yeah, they said it was from the inside of the external snap. The female receiver is what you call it. Like there's a male and female side to the snap portion. The male side would be the side that the button sticks out. The female receiver would be the part that you snap down on top of the button. Nope. There's nothing in there stating that they swabbed it. So what are we talking about? And he says again, Q1.1 is a swab from the outer strap, not the snap. This is why Bicka was going ham about the snap never being swabbed at all. Well, that explains that. So once again, they fully and clearly lied to us about where you got Brian's DNA from. and made it up. Maybe they weren't thinking we were ever going to get to see this, or they would ever be presented to us. Maybe. I don't know. They tried hiding everything else from us, so that's a very big possibility. And then with not having the expectation that we would have the ability to see this, well, let's just make this shit up and say we got it from here to make it realistic. Or is it, You guys, I'm telling you. So sick of it. By the way, Annie, typically the link is pinned. You're both welcome to join me should you choose. And Dylan, if you want, it's pinned at the top of the chat, I do believe. Is that where you got it from, Dylan?
Yeah.
Okay.
I got here early enough to where it was still in the chat. But
yeah, so if you guys want to join us and and same with you, Senor, if you got your stuff worked out, brother, you're more than welcome to join us as well. Thank you, Miss Tandy. Guys, please make sure to subscribe here if you have not yet done it. Like it, if you will. Share it out. Hit the notification bell so that you don't miss anything we do here, please. And thank you. And thank you, Miss Tandy. Let's see. 1114 Cat says, how is that this even legal? Such BS. How is anything that we've seen legal? Yeah, I don't even know how to answer that question. Well, Hemisphere says, I thought it was interesting that Devil's Advocate showed a hearing transcript of Payne saying they did not get BK till the 19th. Well, we know that's different now, but in the ISV docs, they had his name and Brent Kopeka on December 5th. Sure did. And even I'm going to tell you guys right now, I truly fully believe that they had Brian Koberger's name at least by November 25th. That's me. Okay. And I want to see this that's something else I haven't seen yet that I keep getting people telling me and asking me about in emails and sending messages. Where's this new grub truck video? I have not seen this yet. No idea what it is. So if I can find it, I will review it because I have no clue what this is about or what they're talking about. I don't think I'll ever have my shit worked out, but I think I figure, okay, good stuff, brother. Please, great to have you here. If you will, I'd love to hear your input as a former police officer and knowing what you've seen so far with the things that you've stated so far. It's really interesting to me. So, all right. What an honor. Miss Annie's joining us today. Miss Potts, thank you so much for being here. Annie, how are you?
Well, hello. How are you?
I am wonderful, dear. Thank you for joining us. I hope you're having a wonderful weekend.
So far, can't complain. How about yours?
Pretty good. I can't complain at all.
I'm trying to see the other person. Does it say Dylan?
Yes, that's Dylan.
Hi, Dylan. How are you?
I'm doing all right.
Can you hear us okay, Annie?
I think so. Can you hear me all right, or is it bad?
No, you sound good. You sound good today. Absolutely.
Oh, okay. I was going to say, I'm on my phone, so I should be okay.
Yeah, it sounds really good. Are you having issues with your computer still?
I shouldn't be. I literally just got it like a couple months ago. I still have the warranty on it, so I'm going to take it back and switch it out because there's definitely something obviously wrong with it. So
I got it. It happens. It happens. Yes, ma'am. It does happen. It's okay. I feel so bad. I see you doing your shows and you're having all these issues with your computer all the time. It's like, Jesus, she just got the damn thing. Like, give her a break already. It's ridiculous.
Well, it's wild because I even took it back, had them check it to make sure there's nothing wrong with the actual laptop. They said it was good. I had the internet people come,
I remember that.
They were like, no, like they tested all my shit. So it's definitely the laptop. And sometimes I think you'll get one that's just bad, right?
Yes.
I don't know.
Yes.
I feel like sometimes that happens with the manufacturer. So
it does. My phone is brand new, or was brand new when I got it. And my wife and my son, two of my sons, got the same exact phone. We all did. Mine didn't work like theirs did. It's just defective sometimes, and it still doesn't work right. So I get it. It happens with electronics all the time.
It's all good. That's
Absolutely.
all good. I still get the warranty for it. Yesterday's live was good. The first one crashed, but it's weird because I did yesterday's live, the first one through YouTube Studio, because StreamYard usually blows. Studio crashed on me, but then I went into StreamYard and it was like literally 2+ hours. Perfect.
See, that's what I mean. You can't ever tell what's good or bad half the time. You don't know. It's toss up. So yeah, that's weird. That makes no sense, but it worked. That's all that matters.
Well, whatever. Fuck it. Shit happens.
It was a good show.
What are your questions? What want to pick my brain about? You said you had questions
Everything,
for me about
anything and
something?
everything, anything I ever talk about with this case, I want to pick your brain with. But this one, I don't know if you saw Kathy's IndyZone video on, which I'm going to review it here, but it's the chain of custody issue with the Sheath, the first to start with. Okay.
Mm.
And let me say this first and foremost, folks, before we go any further. We have a picture of a Sheath now. That was weird. I was complaining about it. I don't know about anybody else, but I know I was. It doesn't make anything any different for me. Like Eddie said, it's not going to change it. In his mind, same way here. I still feel the same way I felt. So it doesn't change anything. I see Gilter saying, there's your Sheath. Now, do you believe he's guilty? No, I don't. So
if anything, it reinforces it because it's not soaked in crimson.
that's one of the issues I have. Yes.
Like you showed me.
Well, that's why
Go ahead.
Likely why his defense team said it was placed.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I mean,
And
when you were showing it on the on your stream yesterday, and I was like, wait, is that the Sheath?
there's two different photographs from two different dates. Yes, so I don't want people to get confused. The one that we looked at yesterday, and I'll show you the other one too. It's the same Sheath. Two different dates. One is November 17th. The other one is as of December 5th. And I think this is another thing I want to talk to you about, Annie, too. What your thoughts were. We were discussing it in the Discord, me and some of the mods, as to why we think it became discolored, why it looks different from the initial photographs we saw. I believe that it's fingerprint. Possibly somebody put out their fingerprint powder. Maybe that it was sprayed with this Blue Star stuff or whatever. And that's why it changed.
It's even in what's her name, Jade Miller's report.
Okay, that's what I meant.
And like the analyst, yeah. So like there's a report there from Jade Miller, the analyst who did the swabbing, all the areas that they swabbed. And in the report, the conclusion was all the areas that were swabbed, it would appear the snap itself was never swabbed, like inside or out, because it was being preserved for when it went for fingerprint processing after. So looks like they swabbed first, fingerprint analysis second.
Exactly. There she is, Miss Typically Unique in the house today. Good to see you. Thank you for joining us.
Hi, I just muted YouTube right on time.
Welcome. 2 Cent Unpent. I like your name.
Hello.
What up, Typically?
Hey, Miss Potts.
Well, I didn't read. Sorry, 1 second. I'm sorry, Typically. I didn't mean to interrupt, but I didn't get to read all that, Annie. That's why I didn't know that. But thank you for answering. But go ahead, ladies. I'm sorry.
That's okay. I was just saying hi.
Right. Let me get
that's my understanding based on the report. So like when you're looking through all the pages of the doc right before you get to the pictures of the Sheath, there is like a what was it called? Lucy's here. She probably remembers.
Is she here?
It's like it's after you get past all of like what Blaker is submitting, the evidence submission receipts and stuff. There are reports for the actual what was done. One of them, I believe it's Jade Miller, and then there's another lady's name in there. It's like Walt Hall or something.
Wilt Hall, yes. I saw both their names, right.
Yeah, that's the person I think who it was left with for the fingerprint analysis, and then, whoever did the swabbing. And then Jade Miller is the analyst for the swabs.
Absolutely. I saw the names. Like I said, I didn't get to go through and read through all of that stuff yet, but I will. But I'm glad you stated that because I was curious. That answers my question, at least at that point.
I was trying to read the handwritten notes that they had.
There's a lot.
Yep.
Yes.
So let me pull this up.
I can't make sense of all the other graphs and charts and all that stuff.
95 Blue Devil in the house. If not planted, it would have been on a belt. Looks like it was folded in half, and no one at the Sheath ever folded. Right, I got you. Yeah,
there is one image of the Sheath. If you really, oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, nobody was talking. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say there is one image of the Sheath where if you zoom in on it, you can clearly see like the impression.
Yes.
There definitely was a knife. in that for sure.
Oh yeah, there was a knife that was, you can see the hilt impressed into the leather itself, right? Lucy said, there
And what
she
was
is.
interesting about it too for me is like even when they're talking about the back of the sheath, right? Because I was getting a lot of people questioning me for a very long time about this whole back of the sheath DNA, blah blah blah, right?
Mhm.
And like it's all there in their documentation. Some of it's in footnotes. I couldn't remember when I was in my live yesterday, like what Becca Barlow's exact wording was about that sheath, but I remembered her like losing her mind about a specific area may have never been swabbed at all.
Yes,
And
you are
like
correct.
last night, it was bothering me so much that I went back to look at it. And yes, she literally says to the court that the snap itself may not have been swabbed for DNA, which is super interesting. And that, so now we know why the argument, right, is you couldn't have gotten his DNA from the snap inside
Yep.
or out because those areas were never swabbed at all for DNA. They were reserved for fingerprint analysis.
Thank you. Thank you
So
very much.
all along they've been
Think that,
saying
like,
that
the little-
Q11, this is what
Sorry.
pisses me off because we've been told all along that Q11 is allegedly his single source profile retrieved from the snap. And now that we have the actual analyst report, the swabbers report, areas that were swabbed, diagrams, it's clear to see the snap was not swabbed. So if Q11 is the outer strap and it's not the snap, why have they been continuing to perpetuate that the DNA was retrieved from the snap? I don't understand it.
Well, to me, I'm gonna give my real quick theory on that, because if they don't, it destroys the narrative they've taken all this time to build. Okay, just like the whole thing with the cars circling. Okay, we know damn well that Payne knows that the plainclothes police officers were out there driving in circles that night, but never said a word about it. They just kept allowing it to go on and be, and let everybody believe that that's Brian making all of that whole night doing that, and we know it's not. So this is what they do, and this is my opinion, by the way, Annie. I'm sorry. That's how I feel about it. Like if they change this up, it's going to destroy the narrative they built, and they can't do that because that takes our focus off of Brian Koberger's the only one that did this. Period. That's my opinion. You know that one in
This is
1.
also why the defense planned to like eat up these people on the stand.
Oh,
Like
agreed.
think about it too, right?
Yeah.
Like I was even talking about it in my live yesterday. It all just like
Mhm.
clicked and made sense to me when I saw Blaker's little submission there for December 5th, listing one redacted suspect with Brian Koberger as the second suspect, right?
Yes,
And
ma'am.
when I was, that shit like clicked for me instantly because I was like, oh shit. So now it made sense why the defense had Blaker on their witness list. Meanwhile, the state is using Payne because the state planned to use Payne to testify to the December 19th date for getting Koberger's name. And in my opinion, the defense's strategy was let Payne get up there, say December 19th in front of a jury. We'll cross-examine him and get him to double down on December 19th. And then we are going to call up the other lead investigator to impeach this motherfucker. And we're going to make the lead investigator read his own report where he is submitting Brian Koberger's name, listing him as a suspect on December 5th. You're going to impeach the one lead detective with the other lead detective.
Right.
Like
That's
5
very
steps or
interesting.
less to impeaching Brett Payne on the stand right there.
Very interesting. Good point. Damn. I never even
Right?
put that together in my head like that. That's a
Think
very
about that. Now it
interesting.
makes sense why the defense is like, yeah, sure, we'll stipulate to December 19th. Go ahead. Fucking say it under oath. Say it under oath. Go ahead and
Yep.
say 19th.
Interesting. Yes. And what's her name? I'm sorry. I just said Brian. Lucy just said, how come all the sheath swabs are submitted on November 16th, but 1.1 Brian's is in submission number 2 dated on the 18th? That's interesting too. This is insane.
Yep.
It's nuts. It is nuts. Good point. And Lucy said
I'm
before
just
that.
of the opinion, I'm really of the opinion that that's exactly what they plan to do, and it makes sense why Blaker's on the defense's witness list, Payne's on the state's. Defense is like, okay, you want to stick with your December 19th generic tip, whatever, okay. We're going to be able to literally impeach this motherfucker with the other lead detective.
Yeah.
So, let's go. But
Can
then,
you
but then
imagine?
it's all. It would have been absolutely phenomenal to watch that shit. Honestly,
Yes.
live.
Pure chaos. I would have loved it, every bit of it. Maybe another reason why this didn't happen. I'm telling you, they did not want this to go to trial for many reasons. Okay, they were going to use each other against each other. That's insane, and I love it.
This is likely why Payne can't be a cop no more. Okay, never mind this. He left voluntarily. I'm sure that he was told like leave voluntarily and never ever fucking do this again.
I said
I don't know.
before, I felt like they were going to throw him under the bus. And when all the shit hit the fan, or if any shit hit the fan, he was going to get thrown under the bus because of who he was and what he was doing. And that's truly still how I feel. So I can agree with that. Lucy said also before that, you guys, she said, that 1 and 2 and 1.2 and 1.3 and 1.4 and 1.5 were recorded as submission number 1, dated November 16th of 22. But 1.1, Brian, is part of submission number 2, dated November 18th of 22. And of course, with her, for fuck's sakes. Yes.
Is she talking about his DNA sample, or is she talking about like swabbing the snap? What they're saying was his like swab. Are they saying a buccal swab?
Annie, can you answer that? Because this is your guys' field, not mine. I'm not very good at this stuff. Ask that question one more time, typically.
I'm sorry.
When it says Brian's sample, a sample of what?
His swab? Like his cheek swab, per se?
But they didn't know about him then.
So November 16th, right? I think what she's trying to say here, she'll correct me if I'm not, but I'm left brain, she's right brain, so I think I know what she's saying. But she'll tell me if I'm wrong. So I think what she's saying here is that 2 days, okay, so if you're swabbing it on the 16th, you're collecting Q11. Q11 has already been swabbed, area Q11, which is the outer strap. This snap was never swabbed.
No.
So I think what she's getting at is that so you have Q11 allegedly on the 16th, but then you also have another 11 on the 18th. There's another entry for 11 on the 18th. I could be wrong, but I think that's what she's saying.
All right, so keep going.
If you look at the pictures of the sheet, the analyst has written on the paper. So the sheath is on top of something. There's writing all over it. She even highlights in different colored boxes the areas that she actually swabbed and writes it down on the paper.
Yeah, like this one
here. My
here.
understanding. Yeah, and it's my understanding there's 5 areas that were swabbed. 1-1 through 1-5.
And this one states here, this is the green box, says item 1.5, only inside surface swabbed. And it shows the box where they swabbed the inside of this green box area here. That's what they're saying. So that's the only area that was swabbed in this diagram right here. That's what this means. That's how I took it too. And then this one over here shows, I got to get to the other photographs, but is there an echo, by the way, while we're talking about this? Anybody?
No.
Okay, cool. Because I changed my browser finally. Hopefully there should be no more echoing.
Yay.
Yeah, it took long. It took long enough, I know. But I'm trying to find where the other photographs are, where they have everything marked. And where do the numbers start at? Do you guys remember where I'm on number 611, but with the rest of these, Annie, do you remember with all the different diagrams with the different colors, pink and purple and all that? Do you remember what number those were?
Why does that sheath look a completely different color than the one we were looking at the other day?
That's what I was going to explain.
Okay.
Yesterday.
Because...
Go ahead, Annie.
Sorry. Go ahead.
No. I want you to explain it because you had a better explanation.
It's just my understanding based on the report So if you're going in order of page number when you're looking at the documents, there are reports regarding exactly what was done on the sheet, and then the analyst report of what they, what was done, conclusions, dispositioned, stuff. Okay. It's all there before you even get pictures of the sheet.
Right.
A page number couldn't tell you, but
I got it. I found it. Here we go.
It's my understanding that all of the swabbing is done before it is then put in for fingerprint analysis. So it's going to look two different colors before fingerprint analysis and after.
Yes.
Because I think even in the report it says they use ninhydrin and then blue powder something or other with dye or whatever. So
yes,
for the fingerprint analysis.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, right here. Okay, so this is the packaging that it was with the chain of custody bullshit. This is how it was packaged. They state dated, signed 11/16, blah blah blah. Okay, now all the notes to this are back here. What I didn't get to go through this piece by piece by piece and break it all down. Okay, as I should have, but still. Item 1 was processed for latent prints. No latent prints were observed or developed. Item 1 will be returned, blah, 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 all that kind of stuff. Of course, it's redacted there and all this. This is all the stuff that Annie was talking about before we see the pictures. It shows it all here. And it does have there's Stephanie Wilt. That's the name. That's the name I was trying to think of, Annie. But it does have everything.
You got to keep going. There's an actual,
there's an actual
report.
1 minute.
Oh, I see where you're at. Okay, so what are you looking for, though? Which picture are you looking for?
I'm going to show you. Go ahead. I wanted to show what you were talking about.
Like the one you were just on, the lighter colored one.
This one here?
She let them know too. She did use bright light. Yeah. So like that one, when you really zoom in on it.
Yeah. You can see the spatter there.
You can see the spatter.
See all those little dots, you guys?
And it's
I just can't believe it's so tiny.
Yeah, that spatter is super interesting.
Well, you know what it looks like to me? I'll be honest with you. We were talking about this in Discord. You know how if you take a paintbrush and you take the brush and you go like this? Mm-hmm. It looks like that's what was done. Like it was flicked on there from like a paintbrush. They're so small.
Mm-hmm.
That's just, I'm telling you what it looks like. I'm not saying that's what was done, but that's what it looks like. But go ahead, Annie. What was your interpretation of that, in your opinion? If there is one.
What? Of the spatter?
Yeah, you said it was very interesting, which I agree with you. It is.
I think it's interesting because it's like the tiny drop. It just looks like high velocity spatter. In my very uneducated layman's opinion.
Yes.
Just based on the shit that I nerd out on, which is blood spatter. So, right. But just because I nerd out on it doesn't mean anything. But to me, it looks like high velocity spatter. And it would make sense that if they're claiming it was placed, and it doesn't appear to have as much blood on it as everybody would expect, considering it's partially under a victim and the comforter.
Right.
All that tells me is that this object maybe, came from somewhere else, still connected to the crime, and it was placed. It doesn't necessarily mean that it was planted. Do you get what I'm saying? That it's
I get it.
Came out of the ether. There's a good chance it's involved in the crime in some way.
They found it somewhere else in a different place than they told us they found it.
Or whoever felt the need to take it from one part of the scene and place it in another.
Good. That's a good way to put it too. Okay. Very interesting.
Get what I'm saying?
Yeah. What do you think would be the motivation for that?
I don't know, to take blame away from someone, something. I don't know. I don't know I don't want to speculate what somebody's motivation would be, but 9 times out of 10, if you're going to, the person staging a crime scene, people staging anything, feeling the need to move a piece of evidence and place it somewhere else, it's usually because they're trying to cover up for themselves or someone they love that's involved in the crime, or you know what I mean? It's not usually a lot of reasons why.
If it was in another part of the house that wasn't a crime scene that they didn't want us to think was part of the scene, that would be a reason, maybe.
Like maybe it was in the kitchen,
right?
And that didn't fit because they've not mentioned the kitchen being part of the crime scene. 2 bedrooms were,
Right.
and so, but I still believe that something happened in the kitchen, pretty big. That's my opinion. So if it was there and they had to move it from there to one of the bedrooms, then that would make more sense. Yes, I see. I think I'm getting in on what you guys are saying.
And then can I go back? Someone asked about if they swabbed the sheath, wouldn't it remove the fingerprints? But that was one of the decisions they had to make, right? Like, because yes, that'll happen. So they have to choose, what do we want to test for DNA?
No.
Right? Like,
well, yeah, if they wanted to preserve the snap for fingerprint analysis, then they're not going to swab it.
Right. And but they almost told us
the fingerprint has to come second.
Right. So they make that decision. Like, what are we going to swab? Because we know we're going to fingerprint it. I don't know. But that's the opposite of what they told us. Like they said, we swabbed the snap because we wanted to get prints off the other parts where they would probably be touching. Right.
Yeah. And here's the thing. Don't forget something. Based on what material, this is brass here. The male recipient is brass. I don't know. That's painted. I don't know what's underneath that paint, if it's stainless steel or if it's brass as well. But we did a whole show about the fact that DNA degrades after a certain period of time on brass. I don't know how it would be on this painted surface here. I don't know how that would work because I don't know what the hell that truly is. Okay. So I think that would be made. That would probably be part of the decision they had to make, is how it would degrade in a period of time. I would guess. Okay. But I don't know what this is. So I can't really say it. But you can see, based on the purple here, like Annie was explaining, where they have swabbed. Guess what's not showing it? The inside part of this snap, nor the inside of that snap. It's around it. Everything around it except for the snap itself.
That's crazy. It just tracks with this case, though. Every single thing.
It does. There's nothing but lies. Nothing but. And am I wrong when I'm saying what I'm saying, Annie? Based on what you were saying, I don't want to misspeak on your account. Welcome, Invisible Karma.
No, that's exactly what it looks like to me when I was covering all this yesterday. That's what it looks like.
That's what I took it as.
Like
yeah.
Even the analyst and the swabber are literally drawing a diagram of exactly precisely where they swabbed, what they swabbed.
Yes.
The snap. I think when Bicca Barlow made the declaration, the snap itself may not have been swabbed for DNA at all. That's why. Because you're going to have this analyst come up, and this analyst this is all they have to go by, is their own report, their own photographs, their own diagrams. They're going to have to testify that the snap was not swabbed because it was preserved for fingerprints. So,
bingo.
So where did you get it then? Where did you get his DNA? Because so you're saying that you got his DNA off the strap, the outer strap now, not the snap. Now they have to change all that and say, no, we meant the strap.
Or they didn't get it from this thing at all. They got it from his apartment when they served a warrant. They got it from his car when they stopped him in Indiana. They got it from any other place that they got it from. And they're just blaming it on this damn sheath. I'm not saying that that's true, folks. I'm just telling you, with everything else that's happened now, and now we see this, I'm not surprised at anything. I won't be. I don't know where they got it from. I don't know that they even ever had it. That's my biggest problem right there. Did you ever have his DNA? I don't know.
Well, they had to have gotten it somewhere to give it to Othram. It came from something.
That's good. Good. You're right. Thank you. Good point. But
right.
Where?
Yeah.
Did they? That's the thing, though. Did they really, truly? Did Othram tell the truth? I don't know. Who am I to say that? You know what I mean?
Well, I think Othram is telling the truth when they say the sample was brought to us. All they got was a sample.
Right.
That's right.
They got
didn't get it off the
they
list.
got a DNA extract. They got the extraction
Bingo.
that ISP allegedly got from this alleged swab from the snap. But apparently it's not the same. Right.
And that would explain,
Weird.
folks. Think about this. When I freaked out when I realized that they didn't send the sheath to Othram, that they just sent a Q-tip in a plastic baggie. Remember that?
It wasn't. I don't think it was. It wasn't a Q-tip.
Well, you know what I meant.
At that point, they are transporting and transferring an extraction.
An extraction
from that.
I was just trying to make it in layman's.
Came from.
Right. I was just placing it in layman's terms so that it was understood based on that, because a lot of people don't understand where the extraction comes from. You know what I mean? They didn't send the sheath, is what I'm saying. That never went.
Sorry.
No. Don't apologize ever. They sent an extraction of DNA from the sheath, according to them, to Othram. They never sent the sheath and had it extracted from the Othram employees. Okay. So when I found that out, I started flipping out, going, how do we know? And excuse the way I phrase this because it pisses me off every time. How the fuck do we know where it came from? They could have swabbed Brian's asshole for all we know and sent that to them. Instead, this is what they tell us. But now we're seeing that they didn't even do this. Okay. That's what's aggravating to me with this entire thing. Where did they get it from? We don't know. They can tell us anything they want. And we're just okay. You say it, I'll believe you. You know what I mean? And it's getting old because now we see, no, they didn't swab this. We don't know what they swabbed. And
I just look at it in the sense from, like, think about it from a defense perspective if you were going to go to trial.
Uh-huh.
Not only are you going to impeach Payne with Blaker,
which is amazing. Yes, it's very
you're
awesome.
also going to be able to have your analyst come up after you get people to after you've gotten people to testify under oath that they allegedly obtained his profile from the snap, the button snap, whatever. Okay. Then you get this analyst to come up and it's going to show clearly. We're looking at their photos. We're looking at what this person did. They will not be able to testify that they went anywhere near the snap. It was preserved for fingerprint analysis. So you can't have a bunch of people testifying that you got his DNA from the button snap, the inside button snap, any part of the fucking snap, because it was all preserved.
Exactly.
And
that would have been two.
And it begs the question, especially from Ann Taylor's perspective, why even go to Bill Thompson for a deal?
Well, yeah, we'll get to that at some point for sure. But that's why I don't believe that happened. I still don't believe that she went to him and said, "We give up. Can we have a deal?" Because that's how they made it sound. That's not what happened, in my opinion. I know that Hitler said, "I need your last best offer," blah blah blah, all that. Okay, that's where that came into play, folks. They made it sound like the defense went to them and said, "Okay, we give up. We're done. We can't win. Please, do you have a deal you can offer us?" That's what they made it sound like, Bill Thompson. And that's not what happened in my mind, folks. I don't believe that. I never will. And I'm just putting that out there. You guys have the right to believe what you want, and I respect that, but I will never believe that. I think it was put out that there would be a plea available. I think Bill had that on his table the whole time, sitting in front of him, praying to God they'd take it. Because, like we just said, if this would have went to trial, do you realize they would have destroyed each other? The defense would have blasted this out into the atmosphere, folks. And there was nothing. There was no case. Which still makes no sense, I understand. Okay. There's a reason for this somewhere on this planet. There's a reason for this. I don't get it yet, and I'm not going to claim to. It makes no sense. Looking at this now, especially, definitely makes no sense. But there's something there. There's something there somehow. I don't know what it is. Something's not right. So, but I'll never believe that. They did not go to the prosecution and begging them for a deal. They didn't go there saying they give up, waving the white flag. None of that happened. There's something else with this, okay? That offer was there. Bill Thompson probably sat on the toilet every morning praying to God that they would take this offer and ask him for an offer every damn day because he didn't want to take this to trial because he knew it was going to happen. Sorry for the reference. I just had to put that out there. I hope nobody got a bad visual. But just saying, I'm just saying that's how I see this at this point now. Okay. And it doesn't make sense. No, I know it doesn't, guys. It's frustrating. It's just insane. But here's truth. Okay. They lied. They lied about everything. Here's one more lie. Now we got the damn sheath. We're all happy we see it. Ta-da. And one more lie appears.
Can we look at something on the sheath real quick?
Yes.
Can you find where they outlined 1.1? Which part is 1.1?
Let me see here.
It's right there.
That's
right
what
here.
Lucy said was Brian's, right?
The purple is
I think it's like
here.
written. She even writes on the paper there. She gives a reference, like the color is going to be the area marked that is, and then it's all labeled 1-1, 1-2, 1-3.
Yeah. So the purple box, if you can see that, the lavender, purple, whatever color this is, area swabbed equals item 1.1, and that's this here. If you can see my cursor.
Yeah, outlining it. Yeah.
It's surrounding the circular outside part of the female part of the button, and then the strap that holds the blade in when it's in the sheath right here. This is all purple.
Okay.
And then as we slide down slowly, blue is 1.2, this blue box, and that would be the outside edge here where my cursor is going down. And then on this side going down, this is 1.2, edges only, it says.
Did we get results? So we know 1.1 is what they used for Brian.
Yes.
And then one of them is a mixture with Maddie.
Yes.
But then there's 3 other samples. Did they say what the results were from those?
So the bladed part of the sheath itself that holds the blade is pink. That is 1.3, just so nobody's confused, all the way around it. Okay. And then we have, what is this, turquoise, like
my favorite. This one's my favorite. This one's my favorite. 1.4, baby.
These are the little spatter areas. That's why Annie loves it. She loves blood spatter. This Dexter Jr. here. But
no, that's not why it's my favorite.
Well, that's what I know you love this stuff. But,
so those arrows are pointing to the
pink part. The pink part's 1.4. That's the whole back half right here of the sheath. See this square here? That there. Now these teal things, what are showing the blood spatter.
Okay.
Is the teal color, and that is, where's that written at?
That's 1.4. That's the mixture.
Where is that, by the way? The writing for that. Oh, it says 0. I can't read that. 0 tall, or is that what that means?
That's presumptive. That's positive for blood, if I remember correctly.
Oh, okay, got you.
So she's pointing. The little arrows are pointing to the 2 spots she swabbed, because she used 2 swabs for 2 areas on the back of the sheet for Q14. So this is the 2 areas that tested positive for blood. It was determined to be, if I remember correctly, a 3-person mixture with a minor male.
It says 1.4 is another
and
unknown
the other
male.
2 are victim, if I remember correctly.
Okay. 1.4 is another unknown male, not Brian, and not the male victim. Does that sound right? Okay. Thank you, Lucy and
Correct.
Annie. I'm so grateful to have you here. 1.4
so
is
the
the
reason that
sample.
Q14, this is why Q14 is like so important.
Okay.
I literally titled my fucking live Q14 yesterday, because Q14 is so important for the fact that we have been told for a very long time that it's only single source male recovered from the sheath. And in fact, no, there is another male whose DNA was mixed in with victim DNA on the back of the sheath, and it's that area right there, Q14. And that area tested positive for blood. So this person's DNA is mixed in with victim blood. It is another male, 100%. And I've been saying for a long time, they would have, if it is a mixed sample on the back of that sheet, then they would have had to do YSTR testing to determine how many contributors and how many female, how many male. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yep.
In order to be able to even have a male profile for comparison or whatever. But then they never uploaded it to CODIS or subjected it to IgG.
Gotcha.
Okay, so if 1.4, and I was looking at what Lucy had said too, if 1.4 is the mixture with the unknown male, she had stated, if this is right, it's a mixture of 1.2 and 1.3. So which one of those is the unknown male and which one's the victim? Like 1.2 is
both, if I remember correctly, both females that are there that this male is mixed with are considered to be the one is a major female, one is a minor female, then a minor male, if I remember correctly. Lucy will correct me, but if I remember correctly.
Okay.
Okay, I can look at that too.
No, and this is so helpful, Annie and Lucy both. I absolutely adore you both for this because I don't get this stuff very well, and I appreciate it very much. I'm sure everybody does because it's very hard to understand some of this stuff with everything else that we have in our heads too. But
so
you make it pretty simple.
Sorry, is there just a number 1 on there? Because 1.1 is what they're saying is Brian. So what's just 1?
This is 1.4 here, and then item number 1 is what they're saying.
Oh,
if I remember,
is that what you mean?
I could have sworn that like Q1 itself is just the sheet. You have the Q1, which is the item. It's the sheet. Oh, and then 1.1 through 1.5 are all the areas swabbed.
That makes sense.
I could be wrong, but
it makes sense because it says item 1 sheath, and then all the other point whatever makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense, Annie. Individual stains swabbed, and then it shows that does make sense. Thank you for the super chat, Drew. Where'd it go? I know I just saw it. Where did he go? Or where did it go? Jesus. There it is. It says,
Lucy's right brain. See, this is why I call her right brain, because exactly. So, it is what it is. Like the way that they listed everything, the sheath itself is Q1. All of the swabs are 1.1 through 1.5. And Q14, back of the sheath area, it is what it is. All of their lab reports, all of their everything so far for their forensic records is dictating that there was another male. So it was not just single source male recovered from this sheet. There was another male, and that profile was never uploaded to CODIS or subjected to IgG, even if it was like ineligible for CODIS. Like allegedly they put his profile in this Q11 profile, the single source male. They put it into CODIS, they got no hits, it goes to IgG. Well, what about the other one? Even if the other one is ineligible for CODIS, why aren't you also sending it off to IgG? Since it can't produce a hit for you, you need further testing, like send them both off at the same time.
And that's where they gave that BS excuse. Wasn't it Payne that said, well, we can only put 1 in because if we put in another one, it'll kick it out. Or so. I was like,
and that's a blatant lie. That's a blatant lie, folks. I went in and researched that. That's all bullshit. That's not true. So I don't know why he said that. And thinking that nobody would figure it out.
I called my state police. I'm not joking you. I called my state police on a lie.
I looked it up.
With a lovely woman named Megan, who was more than happy to explain precisely to me how CODIS works.
Yep.
That's great.
And I got to tell you,
go ahead, Annie.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say I asked a policeman friend of mine. He said he just looked at me like I was stupid. I didn't call anybody. I just asked him. I was like, "You ever heard this before?" And he's like, "What the hell are you talking about?" And then I know that Senior Wazowski, retired police officer, he even said it was bullshit. Everybody has said that's a bullshit statement. Why did you think anybody was going to believe this or not even look into it? Did you think nobody was going to look into that? Come on. That's so stupid.
Listen, the fact of the matter is, okay, I fucking said this yesterday. I'm going to say it again.
Yes, ma'am.
No matter what reason, right? Like, I don't know what's going on with Payne. But the fact of the matter is within 48 hours, he is co-located with absolutely dozens of state agency, officers, never mind the feds. These people are all co-located, and like not one person thought to inform him. Like the ISP lab knows, the prosecutor knows, everybody knows, except for him apparently, that CODIS was specifically designed to take multiple profiles from a crime scene that are eligible. There's criteria, but like the fact that no one thought to correct this guy and be like, who told you this?
It's so ridiculous. And
I don't know how there was no federal agent that was like, no, Brett, we don't know why you think that, Payne. Okay, but don't go around telling people that.
They were probably ashamed to admit that they didn't. Yeah. And thank you, Megan, for clarifying that for all of us with Miss Annie here. Great show again, by the way, but there you go. It's ridiculous. It's so stupid. The dude has to know how dumb he looks. Come on.
I can't see chat. I'm sorry.
It's okay. It's okay. Everybody's saying.
I think they just made Payne be the talking head for that. Like they were. Moscow PD wasn't the one doing this work. It's ISP.
He wasn't. No, I told you guys. I did that whole show about the lead detective. It is not him. He was the big bald head that they showed for it. That's it. That is it. Okay. They shined up his head so it gleamed nice and pretty and said, here's your lead detective for Moscow. And that way I told you, because later on they could throw this idiot under the bus when they had to. He made so many stupid mistakes and so many dumb statements. It's ridiculous. That's the biggest one, though, in my opinion. So he was never lead. He was never lead. And hence the reason why he's probably not there now. But that's my opinion. I'm just saying. But it's ridiculous. So anyway, moving on. Lucy said, who did he blank for this lead investigator? No idea, dear. No idea. I think the FBI was the lead on this. ISP did a lot of work on it, yes. But I still think in the end, the FBI was the lead, given direction, I should say. That's my opinion, but
somebody's hiding something or covering something up. And it seems like they probably told him to say that, like, because he doesn't know any better. So they just made him look stupid.
That's what I'm saying. They used him and they knew he was probably so eager to do this, to be the lead. Okay, boss, I'll do whatever you tell me, boss. Give me come on, let's go. You know what I mean? And he did. And here we are. Whatever. My thing is, though, like Annie mentioned a little bit ago, like, how did nobody say anything to this guy? Gilbertson was there. You didn't catch on to it, or did you not want the stupidity to rub off on you, Gilbertson? Is that what it was? I mean, what else makes any sense?
From what I understand, it was someone from ISP who allegedly called Talbot and relayed to Talbot that certain profiles or whatever, certain evidentiary samples or something like that were not eligible for CODIS or could not be uploaded, something to that effect. And, Payne like reiterated or whatever that he understood that. If I read that wrong, then sorry, but it was something to that effect where like it was someone from IFP telling them that certain things weren't eligible. Now, right. I'm curious if one of the things that wasn't eligible was this male back of the sheath profile, because if it was, it should have been sent to IGG right along with this alleged sample that came from, the button or wherever they claim they got it from.
They should have sent the whole sheet, you guys, period. They just said it's here. And you do with what you have, find what you can, but they didn't. I think there's a reason for that. I truly do.
Is there anything that makes a sample ineligible to be uploaded to CODIS?
I don't think.
Yeah, there's a few things.
I don't know anything.
No, there's a few things. It can't be. I think if I remember correctly, what Megan told me, it has to be directly from like the actual crime scene, be it a victim's clothing, the object, right. If you have it, the weapon. It can't be a relative. It can't be a boyfriend, if I remember correct. Or no, it can be, but it can't be a relative. you know, you can look it up. There's like very specific criteria for what kind of evidences profiles are eligible for CODA.
I thought it was that it had to come direct from the source of what you were trying to have tested. The actual source is what it was. And like you're saying, it can't be a brother, a cousin, a sister, and it has to be the direct source, period. So that's how I took it.
It can't be a relative of the sample. That it has to be the actual sample.
Yeah, the actual source. That's how I took it. So, and that was a great show, by the way. If you guys haven't seen that, go back, please, over to Miss Potts and watch the episode where she talks to Megan. It was very enlightening and educational, as most of Annie's shows are, about this situation. Truly,
I will go.
Very much appreciated too.
Diego, stop! You really are way too nice. You really are.
I'm being. Am I okay? Am I wrong? Anybody? I'm not. I think everybody relies on a lot of the stuff you do because it does help us understand.
Yep.
It does. So I know you say you don't know shit, but you do a great job.
I appreciate that.
You do a great job not knowing shit. Let me put that there, okay? So anyway, KP, welcome. Good to see you. James Moen as well.
Very
and
good.
Lucy's, yeah, go ahead. Typically, sorry.
Well, you know, I just look at it as we're getting into the realm here where when you really like break down, you know, because a lot of us always wondered like how the defense was planning on going at this, right? Like going up against, you know, whatever the state claims they have. And now we can kind of see that like a couple of their pegs could have been knocked out of the chair, you know, I guess you could say. They could have taken out a couple of the legs of the chair just with, you know, Brett Payne's false testimony that would have come claiming December 19th, right? They would have been able to impeach him with Blaker and Blaker's own shit. Then we have this, you know, whole snap situation with the swabbing and the snap was preserved for fingerprint. So you never actually swabbed the snap at all. You're claiming you got the profile from the snap, right? So, right.
So do you think?
And then now you just got to go and look and see how many other things they had in their pocket for maybe what they were going to do, which is why I don't understand why they would allegedly go ask for a plea either.
Nope.
Unless they really were just trying to get out of this fucking court and have more time to prepare.
I think that's at this point, Annie, I think that's what it was because he refused the continuance that she knew she needed. She was not prepared. She wasn't ready. She stated that. We know that. And I think that at this point makes sense. Okay. There was no way that they were going to do this within this court system in the period of time. And I think the prosecution and Hippler, in my opinion, they knew that. They knew that there was nothing that was going to happen this way. She wasn't going to be able to do a damn thing. And this is the only way they could get out of it. And that's where I'm at with this now. That's what I think. And it makes it make sense. It does. A little bit more, I should say. It doesn't fully make sense, but a little bit more. Go ahead.
And it begs the question that I posed earlier. Why take a deal? I mean...
Well, that's what I mean. That's what I'm saying. As I think she did that to get out of this court system, away from him, and to give them some more time to prepare for something or to build this case against, well, at this point, to build it against what we have, what we're seeing.
I mean,
that's the only thing that makes sense, Dylan.
I mean, you still have, if convicted, you would still have 10 to 15 years before the actual death penalty would come.
If that happened that way, yes.
And on top of that, at this point, even if you have the overly emotional jury, they would still have to look at that and have reasonable doubt.
Or would they have been confused?
They would have been confused, but they would be. But any cut rate lawyer would be like, they're the ones presenting this. They can't even make their own stuff out. So, I mean, if they can't even portray what happened, how in the world can you convict my client?
That's a good point. I that's why I feel like there's still something else attached to this somewhere. Hemisphere said, every piece of evidence has to be signed off by the person who put it in the bag, but this was not signed off till way later. Another interesting is when they were bringing in the evidence, it was not signed off, and that's part of the chain of custody thing we were going to discuss. Kathy points out a lot of that stuff. Welcome, Harry Potter. Good to see you, Kaibo. Thank you for joining us. Miss Kara Garrison, thank you for joining us. Jay Marie, good to see you guys. I didn't get to say hi to everybody, so I'm sorry about that. Welcome everybody that's here. I appreciate you very much. Yeah. Oh, you got to leave? Okay, typically. I'm sorry. I'll be here for a little while, so you're welcome to jump back in if you do come back. Thank you so much for joining us. I appreciate you. But yeah, I absolutely think that's why she needed time to figure something out. Wasn't going to get it. This is a death penalty case, mind you. That's kind of serious. And if nothing else, get that taken off the table and then extend the period of time to get this out of the court system that they're in and do something else with it possibly down the road. That's the only thing I can see as far as that goes. I don't even focus on that anymore. I don't even think about that anymore. What I'm so still overly floored by is this kind of stuff and how this was going to get passed by. How are they going to present this? Hey, Rach, good to see you, by the way. I didn't see you. Sorry. Plus, we don't know what all Hitler would have let it. That's the other thing, too, is I don't believe he was going to allow anything for the defense. And I think she knew that. Okay. We definitely know that he was against the third-party defense and all that kind of stuff like that. So what else was he going to deny her? That's the question you got to take into account. That's a good point, Rach. That's exactly kind of how I see this. Just like the Delphi situation, for lack of, a better statement, I feel like it was kind of like the Delphi situation, and I think she knew that. They didn't have an option. They didn't have an option. They were at a brick wall.
Who is that underneath me?
That is Hemisphere.
Oh, what up?
Are you there, Hemi?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm
Okay.
just letting y'all talk.
Absolutely. But yeah, I mean, it does kind of fall into the same basket, in my opinion, as the Delphi situation. It played out almost the same way. The judge wasn't allowing for third-party defenses. She wouldn't allow certain things even to be stated in the courtroom. So it kind of has played out the same way, in my opinion, of course. But on with this stuff here, this Sheath thing blows my mind. It does completely. Now, to show you guys all of that there, let me get down to where the rest of this was. Now, there was trace material collected. There was a photograph. I don't know if you saw that, Annie. You probably did because you're very meticulous with these things. But where there was either a hair or a fiber that they collected off of this.
Mm-hmm.
It's right here. Here it is.
Right there, that one.
Yep, right there. I'd like to know the results of what that was, truly, which we probably won't ever get. But that's just my opinion. I can't tell if it's a hair or like a fiber off of something.
Did you get to the part yet in the docs? There's like a report in there about they're observing these like very thin like streaks through like pools of blood and blood on the wall and stuff like that, and they determined that it looked like hair it's hair that had gone like and left like little hair streaks.
Like it had been drugged through the blood?
Yeah, I thought that was pretty interesting. That was one of the observations, I think, that I was reading in some of the handwritten notes that Typically Unique was talking about. I was also looking through them, and it talks about, like, it looks like hair at some point went through, like strands of hair went through the blood. Yeah, pretty wild.
I didn't get to see that yet. Like I said, I'm slowly trying to go through this so I don't miss anything, and I haven't had a lot of time to, but I still want to discuss certain things. But no, that's interesting to think of. Very interesting. But they have these little boxes here, these little green boxes, trace material collected. It shows that one was a fiber. I think these are just splotches, spatters of blood again. And then there's what looks like another fiber or a hair there. So I'd like to see the results on these, which I know we never will. the answers to it. This explains everything here about what they did. This was the biologist on this one was Stephanie Wilt. It says shows all the tests and whatnot that were performed. With I don't know a lot about what they mean, but
well, that's like her checklist.
Yeah, and then Jade
check
Miller.
off like yes, no, whatever. Yeah.
Absolutely. Bonnie, thank you so much for that. Me gotta go. Very good. They make you go to a dining room. Hate being told what. Oh, Bonnie, I'm sorry, hon. You're in palliative care now. I'm so sorry. Well, we'll be thinking about you fully and honestly, Bonnie, and absolutely keeping you in our thoughts and prayers, dear. Thank you so much for that. And God bless, hon. Thank you. Thank you. But yeah, this explains all of that there. Okay. Like she said, it's a checklist for what they have to go through with every situation, I guess.
All right. So this might be the report that I was talking about regarding the sheet.
Conclusions.
I can't see it that well, but
here, will it help if I blow it up anymore? Hold on.
No, it's just because I'm on my phone. So, like, I'm sure once I hear you start reading it, I'll know if it's the right one or not.
Okay, so yeah, it says here. Hold on. Evidence description. Item number 1, which is what the sheath is: leather knife with USMC logo. Blah blah blah. 1 K-bar leather knife sheath. Conclusions interpretation says item 1 was processed for latent prints. Item number 1, no latent prints were observed or developed. Item 1 will be returned to the submitting agency. And then it gives underneath the remarks that the descriptions, conclusions, interpretations stated above apply to the sample as received. And I declare under penalty of perjury pursuant to the law, state of Idaho, that foregoing is true and correct. And then it's black, of course, redacted, whatever. That's
Sorry,
Tina.
It might be the next one.
It's okay. That was Tina Waltol was the other one that you were saying earlier. And that was issued, by the way, for you guys on the 19th of November. And down we go to the latent print analysis notes. And it gives off that this is from the K-bar sheath. Again, the packaging, they screwed up and messed up the date right there. That threw me off right away when Tomboy pointed that out to me about the packaging notes from October 18th of 22 when the murders hadn't even happened yet. So that had to have been a typo. It's supposed to be 11, I'm going to guess. Okay, so it says the item was examined by Stephanie Wilt while in my custody. Presumptive blood testing positive, and samples for biology were collected by F.S. Wilt, which would be Stephanie. Trace samples were collected on Post-it notes and placed in manila envelope. That blew my mind, Annie. Does that sound like something that would be normal? That you put the trace?
Well, I mean,
on a Post-it note?
The only reason it kind of makes sense is that I'm not defending them in any way. It's because it has that little portion of sticky tab on it. You can just literally like press it onto something, grab it, and seal it in a bag.
The fibers or hairs. I got you. Okay.
And then they can go take everything off it or whatever when the lab has it. Right.
Yeah. Okay. Well. So be it. Okay. But that's what that states so that people understand what that's all about. Method number 1, it lists as visual. Result 1 was NDP, and that was on November 17th. Method number 2 was ALS-PL637. Result number 2 is NDP. And then the note states...
Yeah, that's just saying it was it's negative for like any prints.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't find any prints.
Got you. And they said that method number 4 is allegedly, yes, was powder, magnetic powder that they used, negative for prints on 17th of November. Method 4 notes says that they used single-use powder, ninhydrin, which is the chemical name for it. And again, NDP, which means nothing on the 17th. On down, that shows the chain of custody bag, how it was sealed, dated, and written on and all that. And then there's that version of the sheath. And again, there's the indentation of the knife for the hilt of the knife that we could show you. Just like yesterday when we talked about it. I still don't see where there's any like massive amounts of blood on this thing, but okay. Nor here. which is still something that boggles me a little bit, is that there's not more than these little spatters of blood. No detectable prints. Thank you, Tomboy. That's what the NDP stands for. Okay, now on down to the latent print examination. In its shape, it's got the same checklist as before. Hold on, there we go. This was Jennifer Ayers, who was to be testifying as well. I remember seeing her name. This might be the one you were talking about, Stephanie Wilt. Again, they submitted swabs from the F2 bedroom floor and debris from the third floor bedroom floor. The fingernail clippings from Ethan, swab of the right fingernail clippings of Ethan, left and right hand. This is something else I have issues with, by the way, too. And they did the same for Xana, Maddie, and Kaylee. But we only got results back from Madison, which still bugs me because I know that there's many pictures of fingernail clippings that have blood on them, unless it's just their own blood. So conclusions and interpretations in this lab sheet says that the results from the chemical tests performed on items 3, 6, 7, 9, 10, 13, 12, 15, 16, and the swab from item 4 indicated the presence of blood. The results from presumptive chemical tests for the presence of blood were negative on the debris from item 4. And then the disposition of the evidence was 6.1, 7.1, 13.1, 15.1, and 16.1. And the swab again from 4. And portions of these items 3, 9.1, 9.1, 10.1, and 12.1 were forwarded for DNA analysis. Results will follow in separate reports. That's probably where that is. All remaining items and the empty package for items 4, 6, 1, 7, 1, 13, 1, 15, 1, and 16 have been returned to the main laboratory. Again, that's Stephanie Wilt. Let me see here. So this shows, these are the nail clippings for Xana and swab. It says glass 9 paper containing 5 fingernail clippings, OBS, red-brown staining on all nails. Tested 1, total stain equals 0, total positive. Used 1 swab to swab nail clippings equals item 10.1, red-brown transfer to swab, positive consumptive, red pack, etc. Or ETS, I'm sorry. And it says positive, yes, retained. Swab of left fingernail clipping from Xana. 1/2 of stained portion cut to DNA remaining swab pack in manila envelope ETS, yes. Item source Q. And then it says on the date of the analysis was the 19th. Evidence tape, yes. Small manila envelope. Nail clippings for Maddie Mogan. Glass 9 paper, same thing. 5 fingernail clippings, OBS red-brown staining on all nails, and light pink stain on exterior of largest clipping. Tested 1 total stain equals 0 total positive. Used 1 swab to swab nail clipping equals item 12.1. Red-brown transfer to swab. Note avoided light pink stain.
Wait.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm so sorry.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you go read that again where it says that you said that it says item source is Q?
I wondered about that. Yeah. So up here, it says item 10.1, swab of left fingernail clippings from Xana. Date of analysis was the 19th. Contents description note says 1/2 of stained portion cut to DNA, remaining swab pack in manila envelope ETS. It says retained. Yes, it was. And the item source was Q. See that? I just almost stopped there too because I thought Q
is the sheath.
The sheath, right? Okay.
Is that what they're...
But they're talking about Xana's fingernail clippings.
Right.
That's why I was a little confused, but I just kept
maybe
going.
It's just, I don't know, maybe it's just a typo, but that's weird. Are they trying to say that they're doing a comparison?
That
The
could
swab
be that.
from the fingernails and the source item is Q? Is that what you mean? I can't see it.
Yeah, that's what it could. I mean, it's written just the way I wrote or I read it, but that could be what it is that they have. Let me see what it says up here, because up here for the left fingernail clippings from Xana, it doesn't give a source. It just says retained, yes.
Okay.
So I don't know. This is what I didn't understand, because item source doesn't. It's not listed on the top portion of that. It's weird.
Are
Well,
they
because it's just from her. It's her left fingernail clipping. So
right?
the source is her, the victim. Right. So that's why I'm saying, but the next one
Now the next one down is
labeled
Maddie.
as Q.
Yeah, and the next one down is Maddie, and it says the same thing basically that they did with Xana, and it says retained, yes. In the envelope, it was all the same, and then this item source for that one is Q as well. So I was a little lost myself, but I thought maybe I misunderstood something. And then they're all.
Does it say it for the other two victims as well?
That's what I'm looking at now. Madison, for the other thing they did was again Q as the source, and Kaylee says that Q is the source. Maybe they took this. Maybe they took blood from the sheath, and that's where the source came from for blood, and it comes back to be theirs from under their nails. Does that make sense? You know what I'm saying? Like maybe some of what the blood that they got from under their nails matched with the blood that came off of the sheath. But if that's the case, that would mean, see?
Well, I was okay. Does it say it for anybody else? Does it stop after that as the source being Q?
It says it for Kaylee. Let me go down here, and it says item source Q for Kaylee down here. Hold on, let me get down to the bottom. And this is from the bedroom floor, F3 bedroom floor blood swab, and swab box off white swab, red brown debris from the floor says item source Q as well. And then from Ethan, let me see if Ethan says the same. Yeah, they're all the same, Annie.
Okay, then maybe it's just whoever was filling out this. I don't know.
Yeah,
that's why I was like, okay, does it stop after the victims and then we don't see it? You know what I mean? I was was maybe pattern or something, but
got you. Yeah, for Ethan, it says the same thing as the source. Hold on a second, I gotta check something real quick. Sorry.
Big Red's saying that the item source
question sample. That's what the Q's standing for. Questioned sample. Right here, you guys.
Gotcha.
Hold on. Thank you, Fizzy.
Gotcha.
Yep, right there. It shows it. The Q equals question samples. That makes sense then. Okay. Gotcha.
I literally can't. I wouldn't be able to see that if you offered me $1 million, no matter how big you make it. I can't see that.
That's okay. It's okay. Anyway, that's what
I'm so sorry.
No. It's not your fault. Anyway, she threw something up there and it shows in it like a description of what that stuff means. So in forensic lab reports, those involving DNA testing from fingernail clippings, the term item source Q typically means question sample. So thank you for that. Okay, now I understand.
Got it.
Good stuff. I just automatically thought Q was the sheath for this, so that must be.
Yeah, well, that's why I'm sorry I even stopped you. That's why I was like, no. Oh, wait, does it say that for everything else too, or?
No. You're good. I'm glad, because I was trying to make sure I understood it myself. And they're all the same with Xana, everything, and it doesn't give any results from showing.
Well, no, you'll get the results further down in their reports, because they even say like that'll come in later reports, analysis, blah blah blah, results, conclusions. Yeah.
Right. So this is item number 6, which would be item 9. That must be up here. Item 6 has got to be. Hold on. Bear with me, guys. Item 4. Item 6 is the right fingernail clipping from Ethan. Okay, so if we come on down, it'll give us this photograph here. This is the right fingernail clipping from Ethan's fingers right here. That's item number 6. That's how you guys differentiate all this stuff. And it shows the area swabbed is just the edges of the nails that they clipped. Thank God they all had nails to be clipped, because. And then this here is item number 7, which up here, sorry that I keep doing this, is the left fingernail clippings from Ethan. And there's a lot on that item number right here. You can see there's quite a bit more on Ethan's fingernail there on the left hand. That's 7.1. And then that's 9.1. I should have wrote that down. Is Xana's right fingernail clippings. And I think that there was a foot from Xana that was tested as well, nails from her foot or something, because there was a foot they said that was bagged. So 9 down here is going to be, that's Xana. Those are her nails. And there's a lot of blood there, but it's not. Okay. 10 would be her other hand, if I'm correct. And then 12. Okay. What I want to know is they were all asleep. That's, yeah, right. Of course. What I want to know is, does anything on any of the rest of these nail clippings match up with anything else? With like what they told us with Maddie, or is there nothing there? Maybe that's why we haven't gotten anything other than the victim's blood, and that's it. Because nothing in here reads. I've looked through this earlier, and I don't see anything that matches up with any of the other suspect samples. I think Xana was kicking when she was fighting back. That's my opinion. I think she was kicking while she was fighting back, and there was possibly some cuttings, like she was cut on her foot maybe, or something. There was some blood on her foot or whatever, and they tested that as well.
They probably assumed she may have had the perpetrator's, DNA or transfer or something on. Yeah, if she was kicking. Yeah,
that's exactly my point. Right. 1 minute here. Mabbott said that they were all in their beds, right? No, they weren't. We know they weren't, James. That's true. Lucy says, thank God they had nails to be clipped. That's what I mean. Some people don't have nails to be able to be cut. That's interesting. But I'd still like to know what was all found underneath their nails. You know what I'm saying? That's kind of important, I think. Because I was truly... I'm not going to show any dirty earwax clips, Angel. Calm down, I promise.
Well, the only thing I could think of when it comes to the fingernail stuff is I noticed that the defense was highlighting specifically Maddie's, not anybody else's.
Yeah, nobody else's, right.
Because it would appear Maddie is the one with mixed. Is my guess. Whereas maybe the others weren't, or maybe it was also Kaylee. Did Kaylee also like I remember reading about the mixed for Maddie. Yeah. But now I feel like I also remember reading about mixture for Kaylee as well. But they were creating likelihood ratios.
Right.
For who they believe. Right.
And like Lucy just said, that Brian was excluded from all the others. So.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah. And here's something that I took, and I'm curious if I'm just reading this like the idiot that I am. On the forensic DNA report, it says suspect, subject, and then Madison, Xana, Ethan, and Kaylee. Now, I understand suspect. We looked this up yesterday. What's the difference between a subject and a suspect? Okay. A subject is a person of interest as compared to an actual suspect, meaning these other two that are subjects here could be somebody that could have had some involvement, but aren't necessarily for sure. Okay. And then
What's the date?
The date on this is date the evidence was accepted was the 16th. This is Dustin Blaker, forensic DNA report. The analyst was Taylor Mychak, so on and so forth from Moscow PD. Of course, that lists the offense date, and then it says 2 subjects and 1 suspect and the 4 victims. And then the evidence description on this one.
I see what this is.
Right. The swab of the front strap of the knife sheath. We know that's item 1.1. Item 1.2 is the swab of the edges on the handle portion of the knife sheath. 1.3 was the edges on the blade portion of the knife sheath. 1.4 was the stains on the back of the knife sheath. Item number 2 is the DNA extractions from items 1.1, 1.2, 1.3, and 1.4. Item number 5, reference blood card from Ethan Chapin. Number 8 was a reference blood card from Xana. Number 11 was a reference card from. Yes, ma'am.
Sorry, Dago, if I may. Where you read that DNA, where you just read that DNA extractions.
Yes.
Were done for 1, 1, 2, 1, 3, 1, 4. Correct.
Yes. Yes. All 4 of them.
So, right, that's letting you know that actual DNA extractions were done for all 4. 1, 1, 1, 2, 1, 3, 1, 4. Right.
And that's from the front strap.
And we know that and we know so far it would appear the only place they actually pulled DNA from is that 1.4 area.
Yep. And that's the
because they didn't get his from the snap. The snap was preserved.
Right. They didn't touch it. So, and 1.4 for those of you that didn't get that is the stains on the back of the knife sheath. Period. That's it.
Yeah. So they did do extractions for that. Correct. So that's how you know too that this is how you know they have the mixed sample. It's already been talked about in documents. This is why they wanted certain people to only be able to testify to their own certain lab reports. Like Jade Miller, Riley Nolan, Eric Seat. They only wanted Eric Seat to testify to his lab report 3 and nothing else. Because that's all they have for Eric Seat is this lab report 3, and lab report 3 is DNA data that references an alternate suspect.
Right.
Remember that?
I absolutely do. Yes, ma'am. And that's interesting. Very, very interesting.
So now this is why they wanted these people to only be able to testify to the actual work they did if the state's going to call them up as a witness, whether it's a lay witness, they want to put them in as an expert, whatever the case may be. Because, these people can only testify to what they actually did. So your swabber's going to say they never touched the snap inside or out because it's not documented that they did. So they can't.
Right.
Do you get what I'm saying?
Yes, ma'am.
Q14 absolutely had DNA extractions done to it. So, and then you have the reports from the lab where the extraction is showing mixed sample, victim, and then this unknown male.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Very interesting and very weird.
So, the proof is there.
Yeah.
Right?
Just not the way they told us, the way they explained it to us initially. Or
I'm waiting until I get to the part of Eric Seat's actual lab report. I can't wait to see what his lab report is talking about that the defense is referencing as far as he should only be allowed to testify to lab report 3. And his lab report happens to, pertain to an alternate suspect. It's DNA data of an alternate suspect.
Right.
Eric Seat. And if I remember correctly, Eric Seat is the one who determined it's a mixed sample. The YSTR testing that was done and stuff. Because that's how you determine your male, if you have a mixed, a male mixed with female, You have to separate the two, like you have to do YSTR testing to pull a male.
Right.
Right? You have to like determine how many contributors first, how many are female, how many are male. Do you have a major male, minor female? Do you have like major female, minor male? That's what they do.
Huh. Yeah. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
This is wild.
Right? So they're determining there you have this mixed sample. You if I remember correctly, it's a major female contributor, minor female contributor, minor male.
Right. Okay. Oh wow.
So they definitely extracted that male DNA. I don't know what caused it to be ineligible, considering it literally came from the back of the sheath and it's mixed with victim DNA.
What do you think could do that, though? What do you think could make it something? That's wild.
I have no fucking idea. It doesn't make any sense. It's opposite land, man. We live in opposite land.
Yeah, I know. Senor Wazowski just said, or really, or wait, was there another piece to that, Senor? Hold on.
I mean, maybe it was a very low amount where they couldn't develop like a full profile, which in that case, okay, same with the trait sample you have, right?
Right.
Allegedly, I don't know how that's possible. If you were able to develop this profile that's eligible enough for CODIS, okay, for alleged Q11, but Q14 that's mixed with victim blood is somehow ineligible. I'm not exactly sure why. I don't know. Allegedly, the lab made that call and told the investigators it was ineligible.
Right. Wow. That is absolutely wild. Well, it says, okay, with all that there, then, I don't know if this has any bearing on what we just talked about. The conclusions, interpretations, the deoxyribonucleic acid. Wow. Okay. DNA analysis employing the polymerase chain reaction PCR was used to generate, a short tandem repeat STR profile from items 11, 12, 13, and 14, and a portion of items 5, 8, 11, 14, 17, 18, and 19, which there's a footnote to that says LOCI examined hold on a minute. I need glasses for that. It's so small. Amylogenin D3S1358 and all these numbers. Penta E. Jesus. D10, S12, 48, D13, S317, D18. So those must be the item numbers mixed with something else they have listed in there. TH01, V, Washington, D21, S11, D7S 820, D5S 818, TPOX, TPOX, DYS 391, D8S 1179, D12.
I think those are like DNA markers.
Okay, that's what I was just wondering if that's what that meant, because they're all different in that aspect, except for that one.
It sounds like what you're reading off. Some of it sounds like because you were just reading. They did the extractions from 11, 12, 13, 14.
Yep,
right,
and portions of 5 through 19, right? STR profile from those items.
Sounds like DNA markers, maybe.
DNA markers. That's what I was wondering if that's what that meant. Okay. Good point. And then after that, it says the DNA profile obtained from item 11 was determined to be from an unknown male, Ethan Chapin, and then it's redacted. It says Ethan Chapin, comma, and then redacted. When Sorry about that. My wife baked banana bread and just shoved a piece in my mouth to see what it tasted like. Sorry.
She
Anyway,
what?
she made banana bread and she just shoved a piece of it in my mouth to see what it tasted
Oh,
like.
that okay.
I'm her taste tester with everything, so
Just wanted to clarify. Didn't want any rumors getting out about you.
nothing weird. Sorry.
That's a good wife right there, sir. That's a good wife.
Yes, she's amazing. She absolutely is. So it says it was determined to be from an unknown male. Period. Ethan Chapin, comma, redacted. See item 1 in case number M2022-4870, report number 1 issued on November 20th of 22 and redacted again. See item 2 M2022-4870, report number 1 issued 11/20 of 22. Are not the source of DNA on this item. This DNA profile was entered into the Combined DNA Index, the CODIS, to be routinely searched against the database. The case agency will be notified in the event of a profile match. The DNA profile obtained from item 1.4 indicates a mixture of DNA with a major profile, which matches that obtained from the known reference sample of Kaylee Goncalves, assuming a two-person mixture, comma, this DNA profile is at least 757 septillion, 7.57 by 10 to the 26th power times, more likely to be seen if it were the result of a mixture of DNA from Kaylee Goncalves and an unrelated randomly selected individual than if it resulted from two unrelated individuals randomly selected from the general population. Now,
it just means that it just means the major female contributor is Kaylee. Mm-hmm. It's very highly likely the major female contributor is Kaylee.
I wish they would just write that like that. And then that makes sense. The next one says Madison Mogen is a potential contributor to the minor component of this mixture, assuming a two-person mixture, comma, this DNA profile is at least 48.6 quintillion times more likely to be seen if it were the result of a mixture of DNA from Maddie and an unrelated randomly selected individual than if it resulted from two unrelated individuals randomly selected from the general population. So then Ethan Chapin, Xana Kernodle, and then redacted are excluded as contributors to this DNA mixture. So why are you redacting it if they're excluded?
Those are all of the those are all of the people. Yeah.
It's a lot. Yeah, that redaction is huge. The partial DNA profile obtained from item 1.2 indicates a mixture of DNA from 3 individuals, at least one of which is male. Due to the low level results and limited data, no comparisons can be made. The partial DNA profile obtained from item 1.3 indicates a mixture of DNA from at least 2 individuals, at least one of which is male. Due to the low level results and limited data, no comparisons can be made. So as far as the disposition goes, items 1.1 and 1.4 were consumed during testing. However, DNA extract remains for these items. Items 1.2 and 1.3 and their DNA extracts were consumed during testing. Item 20 has been returned to the main laboratory evidence vault pending additional DNA analysis. All other items and the empty packaging for items 1.1, 1.2, 1.3, and 1.4 have been returned to the main laboratory evidence vault for return to the submitting agency. So, and then it shows the damn DNA restitution.
So they consumed it during analysis, but the extraction still exists.
Right. Well, where'd it go? 1.1 and 1.4 were consumed. However, DNA remains for these items. Items 1 and 2,
Okay.
I'm sorry, 1, 2, and 1, 3 were consumed, but it doesn't say that there was anything that remains for that one.
Right, but 1-4 is the back of the sheet.
Right. The important one.
So there is still a DNA extraction, profile, whatever,
They have some more of it,
available for that.
which probably should be retested in it. Right. Okay. That makes sense now.
And also, they're saying, did you say 1-2 and 1-4?
1, 2, and 1. I'm sorry, 1, 1, and 1, 4. There is extract left for them, but 1, 2, and 1, 3 has been consumed, and it doesn't say that there's anything more left out of those two. So they used all of. It seems to be that they used all of what they had for 1.2 and 1.3 during their testing, but they still have some left out of 1.1 and 1.4. If that makes sense, you guys. Interesting. Very interesting. If I'm reading that correctly, that's how that comes off to me. That's under the disposition of their evidence.
Does it say the date?
Yes, ma'am. 11/20. It was signed by Taylor Mychek, the forensic scientist, on this November 20th.
So November 20th, they still had the extraction for 1.4.
Right. That is interesting.
Well, the investigators were aware that as well as the prosecutor, the extraction still existed.
Right.
For them. That's just interesting to me.
It is. Was any of this stuff? No, it wouldn't have been stored where that fire happened, would it?
I have no idea. I just know that, okay, so that's November 20th, and then 2 days later, they're sending 1-1 off to Othram,
right,
and not 1-4.
And they still did have, they had remaining
and they still had the extraction for it, yeah.
Yep.
That's why I was asking the date, and because, now my brain's like, okay, so the lab is making them aware on November 20th that this is what we did, blah, blah, blah. This is what we found. Even though we consumed it, there is still extractions that exist for 1-1 and 1-4.
Right.
So that's November 20th. And then it's like December 17th, if I remember correctly. December 17th, lab analysts are making the prosecutor and investigators aware of like this other male profile or whatever, this alternate DNA data or some shit, if I remember correctly. That's like December 17th.
Exactly. Let me write that down too. That way I have that.
So, interesting.
Only reason not to use the whole sample is to keep some in your back pocket, right? For a later testing, per se. Thank you, senor.
Well, the reason it's interesting to me is because now that we know that they actually had his name December 5th.
Uh-huh. I still think they had it before that.
Well, right. But Blaker's now actually including it, oopsie poopsie, by accident.
Yeah,
in
right.
a document that's, dated for December 5th. So now that we know that, it's kind of like when you go back and think about it, right? So November 20th, lab saying, hey, we still have 1-1-1-4.
Yep.
They're made aware, again, by their lab analyst, December 17th, of another male profile or whatever. They then still do nothing, and instead track him across the country, allegedly, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And then they like stake out the place until they arrest him. So they stake the place out for like 2 weeks, watching him like do all kinds of shit.
Right.
So it's just super interesting to me that they're not. So like this entire time,
they're not
even
acting.
prior to arresting him or anything, they've been made aware. They know.
Yep. Yeah, and so why didn't they react to it at that point? Okay. They knew then.
I just don't understand why they're ignoring their lab.
I don't know. It's a good question. Very good question. I still think they...
So November 20th is this. November 22nd, they're sending 1-1 off to Othram, but not 1-4.
Right.
1-4 is never sent to Othram or had anything done to it. They then like track him across the country. They watch the place for 2 weeks until they go take the trash on the 27th.
Mm-hmm.
And then even after that, this 1-4 just sits.
Yeah, they did nothing with it. They still have done nothing with it. It's never been tested. According to what they've told us, it's never been tested. Do you believe that, though, Annie? Do you believe that 1-4 was never tested with their outcome? I don't. I think that's the answer right there.
According to the lab here.
Right, I know.
They're saying that they, so
right,
I mean, I get it. Like, technically, it would be up to Bill to want to pursue the other profile. I just think it's pretty fucked up that they're aware of it. They're not pursuing it. Furthermore, they're involving Othram for one and not the other. That makes me wonder if Othram was even aware. Did the state even tell Othram, hey, by the way, we also have this other one?
Probably not.
We can't do nothing with it because it's so small. You know what I mean? Our lab can't do anything. Can you?
Yeah, but they see that doesn't make sense now, knowing what we know, because they consumed 1-1 and 1-4 were consumed, but like it states there were
the extraction.
There was still extraction left, so they didn't run out of it. They had enough that they could have ran it again. Okay, at least I would guess. So that excuse doesn't exist now. That they didn't have enough to do whatever they had to do with it. I'm gonna guess. Here's my theory, Annie. Okay, and this is just an opinion, you guys, and a theory. I'm gonna guess that they remember when they ran these other ones through their own lab and said that they got nothing out of it, and before they sent it off to Othram to get the answer out of it. We were told that in the beginning. Okay, I gotta wonder if when they did run 1-1 and 1-4, or at least 1-4, they got an answer out of it, and it's not what they wanted. And that's why they never told Othram anything about it, and they never went any further with it. This is again my opinion. You got to wonder that they pulled a profile from 1.4, or obviously more than one, and the answer that they pulled they did not like. Does that make sense?
Well, it's a minor male contributor, right?
Uh-huh.
So if it's a minor male contributor, Kaylee is the major contributor.
Bingo.
Maddie is so Kaylee is the major female contributor of the DNA taken from the area, 1-4.
And then
on the back of the sheet. Kaylee is the major contributor. Maddie is the minor. Male is also minor, right?
So we have a male minor and we have a female minor and one female major.
Mm-hmm.
That's the mixture. So it's mostly Kaylee's blood with a little bit of Maddie's and a little bit of another male. That excludes Brian Koberger.
Right. So they had enough to be able to compare it to Koberger.
Yep.
All of these other redacted people. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yes, I do.
Because this is how the state is claiming also that they were able to clear alternate suspects via these crime scene samples, including samples from the Sheath.
Hey, AR, good to see you, buddy. Yeah, I agree with that, Annie. So we know that we have the two girls were side by side at some point, and some other male that's not Brian Koberger at minimum in that sample. And supposedly they claimed they didn't have enough of that sample to figure out who that male was. But there's an extraction that's left over. Why not? God damn it. Another lie. I guarantee
there's enough of it that there's enough of it that they're doing like these comparisons.
Yep. But you don't have enough to figure out
other reference samples.
Bingo. That's bullshit, and they know it.
So it just doesn't make sense to me that if you're doing these comparisons with these other reference samples, whoever they may be, right, that you're comparing them, you know, your reference sample is Showalter, Decor, whoever, right, Bethany, Dylan, whoever, right? They already know it's male, though. When you have a mixed sample, they have to determine pretty quickly how many contributors, how many are female, how many are male. In this case, they have 2 females, 1 male, right, as contributors. Exactly. So they have enough of it that they're comparing it to all of these other males. And if all of your other males that you're allegedly, you know, doing all these comparisons to aren't hitting, and you already know it doesn't match 1-1, you already know that this other male sample 1-4, it does not match 1-1. They're not the same.
And that's what makes me believe that they did get a match to somebody and they didn't like that answer for whatever reason. You know what I'm trying to say with that?
Or there wasn't a reference sample from that person ever submitted.
That there was, that there was never ever, like, meaning that person never had another sample submitted anywher. So they couldn't match
like
it
if they're
anyway.
just taking, right, if they're just taking this 1-4 male and they're comparing it to, like, the, you know, other males, and the other males are being eliminated and they can't get, like, a hit on anybody. I mean, but they already know 1-1 and 1-4 are very unique and different. They know it's not the male victim. They know it's not matching up to the other male DNA. So I don't know. I don't know why they wouldn't send it to Othram with 1-1.
Right. That's why I said it makes me wonder if they did come up with something on that and they didn't like that answer, therefore they're not going to send it any further because they need to shut that down. But see, if it was the other thing, Annie, I would think if they did not find a match, okay, then you would have sent it off to Othram to try to dig a little deeper, maybe. That's why I'm saying.
Well, because you're not finding a match, right? You're not getting a match for 1-1,
right?
And you're not getting a hit for 1-1, and I don't want to say match, but you're not getting a hit for 1-1. You're not getting a hit for 1-4. So send both.
Yeah,
send both for IGG.
Exactly, but they didn't.
Like the same standard should have been applied to both, in my opinion.
I agree, and there's some reason that 1-4 was treated extra special. That's very odd. There's something with that 1.4 that they. That's why my mom.
You know that I always appreciate you having me up. I'm gonna hop down because I need to go do other things. But I appreciate you.
I appreciate you. You know I do very much. Even though you say I'm too kind, I can't help it. There's a lot of answers that a lot of us get from things that we wouldn't without you. I just want to tell you that. You and Lucy both.
Oh, well.
Thank you.
Thanks, Diego. Appreciate you. You guys have an awesome night. Take care.
You too, dear. Enjoy the rest of your Sunday, and hopefully we will see you again very soon, Miss Annie. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Awesome stuff, guys. Awesome stuff. I really do. She does so many good things for us, guys. Her and Lucy and a few other people. make us understand help us to understand things and give us some answers to things that we just can't. We still don't have all the answers, but it does help us to understand some of this stuff better. I truly believe that. So I greatly appreciate Annie, and Lucy knows I love her all to death for everything she does to help us understand these things too. And I appreciate you guys so much for being here to go through that. We're not done yet. Don't get me wrong. Don't be leaving yet, guys. Yes, but thank you so much, Miss Potts. And guys, make sure that you're subscribed to Miss Potts' channel. If not, what are you doing with your life? Make sure that you hit the notification bell. You don't want to miss anything because we never know when Annie's going to go live and do her thing. You don't want to miss it. That's all I'm saying. So we do get some understanding here. And now we have a question as to why are you protecting 1.4? Why did you not send it off to do this, that, and everything else if you have remaining extraction from that? And I don't want to use the word protecting, but you're doing something with it. You're shielding it, hiding it, protect. I don't know what you want to call it. What do you want to call it? You know what I mean? You still here, Hemi? Or did I put you to sleep with all that boring talk?
No, it's getting kind of noisy around my house, so I just stay in mute.
Oh, gotcha. Okay, no worries. Good to have you here, brother. Appreciate you very much and your input that you threw backstage there.
Well, I've been hearing some things, and I'm trying to get confirmation from. I think what some of the commentators that I've heard said that they went to Othram, but they didn't use Othram like that. They went to FBI to get connection to Koberger, which makes it seem like the Sheath was more or less planted.
And here's the thing. We know that the FBI used Othram, they say, but they also used an unsanctioned site, okay? As I call it. That's probably not the way to put it. Welcome, David Bird. I don't know if I said that to you earlier, my friend. Good to see you today. Vivian, welcome to you as well.
Well, I'm not trying to pat myself on the back, but I kind of had a feeling that something was awful strange around the Sheath.
Oh, of course. We knew that.
I've been having suspicions anyway that Sheath was planted.
Oh, of course. Of course. Well, even Ian Taylor made a statement, in my opinion, the way she stated it insinuates something. The Sheath was placed. She didn't say they found the Sheath. She said the Sheath was placed. Okay? Well, it doesn't say planted, but placed. And she has to be in it. She's an attorney. She has to watch her the way she says things. Welcome, Miss Jules. Good to see you too. And Melissa's always happy to have you here, guys. The link is pinned at the top of the chat. If you want to join me in Hemisphere up here, you are welcome to. Welcome, Miss Daniela Kiriako. Wait, great to see you tonight as well. Thank you. CZ, good to see you, CZ. All of you guys, it's great to have you. So one other thing I want to refer to is, for those of you that are not familiar, Miss Kathy from Kathy's Indie Zone, another supporter of this channel that we support her as well. She does great work, guys. Great work. Okay. I want to go over something real quick, guys, in regards to this sheath that we're talking about tonight. 1 second. Again, I want to thank Annie for the great conversation. Miss Donna's in the house. There she is. Good to see you, Miss Donna.
And I think it was Devil's Advocate too, Dago, that kind of pointed the direction that the reason for it is when they was gathering up the evidence, everything has to be, as soon as it's logged out, it has to be signed by the officer that put it in the bag.
Mm-hmm.
Well, in one of these docks that you might be coming up to at some point in time in the future, somebody admitted that they got it, but it was not signed, and he wound up putting his initials in. Well, that's, everything is documented, so it's kind of like, if I was to give you something, Dago, and I don't even tell you what it is,
right?
But you trust me enough to go, oh, maybe he just forgot to sign off on that.
Mm-hmm.
So you put your name on that.
Okay.
Well, something was to happen and you get questioned, you don't have the answers. right?
Exactly.
So how's that going to be going back to me? You know what I'm saying? Because
I
I
get
didn't
it.
sign off on that.
I get what you're
So
saying.
for that reason why I'm bringing that up is why people are questioning whether or not the Sheath was planted, because it was not other I's and dotted, wasn't T's. T's
Well,
wasn't on the deal.
right, and we're gonna go into this here. This might explain some of that to some extent, slightly. But this is interesting too, what Kathy talks about here, you guys. She does help out just as much. Like I said, there's a lot of people out here, creator wise, and that are involved in this that have been Miss Kathy from Kathy's Indie Zone. And again, guys, please make sure we drop Kathy's link in here. I want you guys to subscribe to her channel. If you have not yet, you'll learn so much. She's so helpful and so amazing with what she does. And make sure to hit the notification bell so you don't miss anything she puts out. She does some great work as well. Of course, Miss Annie over at Miss Potts, Lucy, God help. I mean, I don't think we would know or understand anything within this case, folks, that we have been presented if we went for these people and many more. It's facts. I have to give props where props are deserved. And it's so many of these people that have come together to help us all as creators to understand, and subscribers too, all of you community members, to understand what the hell we're looking at and what is going on, because it doesn't make sense. It's not cut and dry. It's not black and white. None of it makes any sense.
And I'm wondering too, Dago, it seems like the state of Idaho was on their stuff, and they was very, very investigating this case very well. So
Sure.
what was the disconnect between the state and the Moscow that just kind of snubbed the state investigation? Pretty much, okay, this is where we're going for. When it's clear when we're going through the docs that the state was pointing away from it, from Brian Koberger.
Well,
You know?
it seems that way. And then the FBI was brought into the picture. They were brought in very early on. I don't know that they put their hands in the pot in the beginning. At some point they did, but then, not right away. I don't know. That's interesting. There is a disconnect somewhere. I think something came, maybe that 1.4. Maybe that 1.4 was tested locally, and something came out of that they didn't like I said, and that's where everything went, wait a minute, what is going on? And they stepped back from something. You know what I'm trying to say? Maybe that's why it was never sent away. And maybe that's where this goes into play, where the weird part to this story in this case goes into play.
And if it does turn out that they went away with Othram because they didn't get the results that they liked, and they went to the FBI to get that results to connect Brian Koberger.
That's what I mean, is that when I mean results they didn't like, meaning something that they had to protect.
Mm-hmm.
That's where I'm trying to go with that, okay? Something that they were trying to hide, protect, whatever, it showed up. And they said, whoa, we can't put this out. No. You know what I'm trying to say? And that's where I think this comes into play, possibly, is where the 1.4 exists on the back of the piece.
I'm sorry, but I just cannot help but to think that the only thing that's worth all this to cover up is if there was an officer that was involved.
It's starting to look in that direction, in some form. Hemi, I agree with you. I do. I've been thinking about this recently, guys. I've been sitting on that and thinking about it. I've heard some things recently that have made me my little antennae pop up a little bit more than they were. I gotta agree with
you. Just wouldn't. I wouldn't think, for me, in my humble opinion, if I was to put myself in that position, okay, I wouldn't risk life and limb,
right,
for anybody, right, especially if it implicates me.
Sure.
So, with that mentality, that's the reason why it's pointing that direction towards me. Now I'm like everybody else. I'm open to anything. What's the truth?
Of course.
Right? So that's where I'm at, Dago.
I understand. Let me run this next video and we'll discuss. And this is just not very long. We'll discuss
that devil's advocate video that he had about the Sheath and everything. That's worth a look at anyway.
Oh, I've seen it.
He raised some good points.
Yeah. We may have to review that too, because he did do a great job over there. Lee with Devil's Advocate did. Truly, I'll be honest with you. But first I want to apply what Miss Kathy put out to this first and go from there. Here we go real quick. And again, guys, please make sure you're subscribed to Miss Kathy over at Kathy's Indie Zone. She's done a lot of work on this and helped in so many ways. It's amazing. Thank you so much, Melissa, and thank you for your input, your time, and a lot of us have a lot of passion with this, guys. Truly, and we just want truth. That's it, facts. The voiceless is what this is. We're being a voice for the voiceless because they can't tell the truth. They know the truth. They know who did this to them. They can't speak that, and we have not been told the truth at all. That's not true justice, and they deserve so much more than that. And that's why we do what we do, folks. Thank you so much, Robert. Appreciate that so very much, brother. God bless.
And that's exactly why I'm advocating for.
I think that's what most of us are here for, Hemi, is that we want real justice for these victims, their families, and so that in the future, because God knows, hope to God that there isn't any more ever a crime that's horrible. But they deserve that too. Everybody deserves real justice and hope to know that. And mind you, folks, in my opinion, we have a man sitting in prison that is innocent of this. That's my opinion, of course. And if he is, he needs just as much help, okay? Which means that there's murderers out there walking the streets and somebody else could get hurt. That's horrible, especially this way. Horrible. So that's why we're here, guys. That's the truth why we're here. I stand for what I believe. I'm not just taking the some idiot made a dumb statement, as they always do, that I took the easy card with this. This is not the easy side to this. Pulling the easy card in this case would be say that he's guilty and move on. This is not the easy way to do this. This is the hardest side to this, because we're up against a wall, folks. There's a man sitting in prison that's been convicted of a murder that I do not believe he committed. So that's not the easy card, okay? For whatever idiot wants to think that or make that dumbass statement. Spit the rocks out of your mouth and think before you speak. Sorry. There's certain things that irritate me that I will take offensively, and that's one of them. My apologies, folks. Thank you again for all of you guys being here. I absolutely love and adore you all for supporting this and for the passion that you have to want to know the truth as well.
Well, if Brian Coburn is involved, I'd like to know how he was involved. Please show me. Because right now, looking at it, everything's pointing away from it. It's not implicating him at all.
No, the more that we get, the more he looks innocent to me. The more I read, the more I see, the more we research, the further away from guilt that I get. It's nuts. It makes no sense.
It even makes, in my humble opinion, it makes me scratch my head even more at this plea deal. It don't make sense.
Of course. Kat is in the house. Good to see you, Kat. Thank you so much for that. 5 new memberships gifted out. Mr. James Moen received one. Alisi 2025 Treetop View Lister and Miss Sandra. Thank you so much, Kat. God bless. That's so awesome of you and so sweet of you and so very generous of you. Thank you so much for that. And you know what? Just because you did that, guess what I'm going to do? I'm going to drop 5 more behind that. And it looks like D Smalls got one. Miss Kate Eric, Taxi Slut 61, Deanna, and Cat Lover got another 5 there. And let me see something here. Do I have the option? I do. Guess what? Let's drop 5 more, folks. And that's Kim Gonsalves, Jennifer Taylor, Davey D. White, Kylie, and Lori S. There we go, folks. More meatballs jumping into sauce with us. We got 17 new members today. 17 new meatballs jumping into sauce. Please make room for them and welcome to the family, folks. God bless. Appreciate you guys so very much. And thank you, Kat. You know I love you to death, and I appreciate you very much. Welcome, welcome, guys. Welcome, welcome. All right, back to where we was. All right, let's throw this up here and see what Miss Kathy has to say. Again, welcome to all the new meatballs. I appreciate you. And moderators, thank you for being here and doing what you do.
Back to the Indie Zone. My name is Kathy. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Indie Zone. My name is Kathy. We have been reporting on the federal lawsuit known as Rebecca Schofield versus Ashley Guillard, which has been proceeding in federal court since December 21st, 2022. We've referred to it as the Idaho 4 defamation case because of its close association on many levels with the state of Idaho versus Brian C. Kohberger case. And we have an extensive back catalog going over the filings, directing where you can find the filings on the federal docket, and more. We wanted to provide you with a further update on this matter. The plaintiff, Rebecca Schofield, had filed back on October 9th a motion for the entry of a protective order, protecting her from having certain financial and personal information made public in this lawsuit. She explains that yes, while the general rule is that the public is permitted access to litigation documents and information produced during discovery, which is when evidence is exchanged, there are certain exceptions. And she goes through the analysis of what they are and why they should be applied in her pursuit for this protective order in this specific case over the course of this filing. Now, Ms. Guillard, as the defense, is entitled to, per her due process privileges, be heard on this matter in the filing of a response. A lot of times it's a response in opposition if the other side opposes, does not agree with the relief sought. Ms. Guillard had up until October 30th to file said response. And according to the court docket, there was nothing filed October 30th, which was this past Thursday. There was nothing filed a day late on the 31st of October, which was Friday. The next opportunity that Ms. Guillard would have, if she intends to file something responding to this motion for protective order, would be tomorrow, November 3rd, several days now from the deadline. This is a series of deadlines that have unfortunately come and gone.
I pulled up the wrong one. I'm sorry. Hold on 1 minute. I was confused. I knew something didn't sound right. I must have bounced back to the other one because I have when she puts something out, I go, my apologies. Sorry. Here it is. Good Lord. Jesus, I knew something wasn't right. Sorry about that, guys. My apologies. All right, here we go.
And then contacted another Idaho State Police. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Indie Zone. My name is Kathy. It is November 2nd as I am recording this episode of our continuing series on the Idaho versus Kohberger case. It is nearly 3 years to the day when on November 13th, 2022, in a catastrophic event that happened in a small town located in Moscow, Idaho, that 4 young people were lost. Kaylee, Madison, Xana, and Ethan. The Moscow Police Department, being the lead agency into the investigation of these crimes, because they occurred in Moscow, invited in the Idaho State Police to conduct crime scene processing, led under the direction of Detective Jeffrey Talbot of the Idaho State Police. Detective Talbot advises that he arrived on scene in the early afternoon of the 13th of November. Moscow Police Department were already there, being lead agency. Over the course of the next several hours, the Idaho State Police began pre-processing and then went into the processing of the crime scene after a necessary warrant to do so was obtained. They conducted their work under the direction of Detective Talbot until the early morning hours of November 14th, 2022 at about 12:10 a.m. when, according to Detective Talbot, all the evidence collected, including item number 14, described as a K-bar sheath, were turned over to Detective Brett Payne. The doors and windows to the residence at 1122 King Road were sealed, according to Detective Talbot, by Moscow Police Department. And then at about 12:18 a.m., the Idaho State Police personnel left the scene at 1122 King Road. Moscow Police Department remained on scene outside the residence, also according to Detective Talbot. Detective Talbot writes in his report that he entered the scene videos and photographs that had been obtained as part of the processing of the crime scene into evidence located at the Idaho State Police District 2 office and provided copies to the Moscow Police Department. Now, by way of background, the public first learned about this K-bar sheath being found allegedly on the bed where Kaylee and Madison were found upon a read of the under oath December 29th, 2022 affidavit of probable cause written by Detective Payne. Detective Payne took possession of that sheath, according to Detective Talbot, who processed the crime scene along with his team, at about 12:10 a.m. on November 14th, 20. The chain of custody for the next 3 days of that sheath, unknown to the public.
I couldn't accept that, Betty Davis Ides. I couldn't accept that because there's no physical, real evidence that proves that Brian Koberger committed this crime. I couldn't. I'm sorry. It just, when you show me, if Brian could, like with what Redacted said, if he would had any knowledge of the crime, he could show that or talk about a weapon or something, then yeah, okay, we could talk. But at this point, no, there's nothing showing any proof that he did this. Now we know that they didn't even swab the snap that they claimed they got his DNA from. How? How did you get his DNA? They have lied to us so many times. Why would I believe that? How would I believe, even if his father came forth and said that? I wouldn't believe it. No. I just, because there's so many things that are wrong that have happened the wrong way with this. That's why. Explain how you did it. Tell me when you did it. Show me what you did it with. Tell us where the weapon is. Then we'll talk about it. And then I would probably believe him, yes. Truly. But I respect your question and your reasoning for asking that. I truly do. I don't believe that's one of my biggest issues that I'll never believe, even if it was proven Brian did it. I'll never believe he did it by himself. Never. I just don't.
Public. Unknown. What happened? How it was entered into evidence at the Moscow Police Department, and quite frankly, why it wasn't given to the Idaho State Police to begin processing of it, rather than this delay that happened of 3 days to getting it to the Idaho State Police, the state lab in Meridian, which is several miles away. On the 16th of November in the morning, 2022, a representative of the Idaho State Police turned up at the Moscow Police Department, at the Moscow Police Department's request, to take possession of the sheath and to bring it to the Idaho State Lab in Meridian. That law enforcement official produced a report. His name is...
You think Brian believed this alone? He thinks humans are just bags of meat and has no empathy. How do you know that? Why do you think that? Did he tell you that somehow? I mean, obviously, I don't understand where you would get a statement like that from. That's not at all. This is a male, adult male with autism that doesn't express emotion. Maybe is that why you think that? Maybe that's why, because he's autistic. But he's never claimed to. He's never treated anybody that way, nor ever spoke that way about anybody. But again, I don't understand that reason for feeling that way.
Williford. He says he picked up the sheath sometime during the day on the 16th and then contacted another Idaho State Police official, Corporal Tarentine, and asked if he would take possession of the sheath and make sure it arrived safely at the Idaho State Lab, which Tarentine did. However, the documentation recently released by the Idaho State Police does not have Chad Williford's name on it as being part of the chain of custody of the Idaho State Police of taking possession of this sheath after 3 days of still unknown chain of custody by the Moscow Police Department. But we do know of those 3 days in Moscow, however, taken from the Idaho State Police's recently released report, where Chad Williford's name is not on, that it was turned up at the Idaho State Police lab while it was sealed. There were no initials on the seal of the paper bag containing this crucial piece of evidence, nor did it have evidence tape securing it, warning everyone who might have come in contact with it personally or anywhere near it, stop. This is evidence of this crime. Only strapping tape was used, apparently, during those 3 days in Moscow to secure this evidence, again, without initials. So the rhetorical question at this time, still unanswered, because the Moscow Police Department has not released to the public the chain of custody from the moment Detective Brett Payne.
Koberger wrote that when he was younger and explaining his ills. Remember, it came out in his eyesight problems, sickness. He wrote, he was a teenage kid that he wrote his writings that you're talking about back then. I mean, he was a teenage kid. I wrote things back then that I don't believe never did. I used to write songs that had very dark meanings to them as a musician. None of it's true. I don't believe any of it. People write things when they're kids. He struggled. Here's the thing. He went undiagnosed with autism his whole life until he became an adult and didn't understand himself. So a lot of the writings were based on the fact that he didn't understand himself because he was never diagnosed with autism. My 19-year-old son doesn't understand himself even after being diagnosed with autism his whole life. He doesn't understand why he thinks certain things, why he sees certain things. Not sees, but you know what I mean? Like why he views things in a certain type of way. That's all. And again, a disagreement's a disagreement, folks. Be respectful, please. Nobody needs to be nasty just because somebody has a different viewpoint. We know that already. And I know you guys won't. I just want to make sure everybody is. And I appreciate that very much, Betty. I do. So, that's why I believe that those writings were that way, because he was undiagnosed with autism. Excuse me. He had visual snow, dyspraxia. The kid was faced with a lot of issues at a young age that he didn't understand. There were no diagnoses on most of them. The main one being the ASD. So if you don't understand yourself, how can you understand the world? Do you know what I'm trying to say? Does it make sense? That's all I'm saying. And as he went forward in life, he became a heroin addict, this and that, to deal with certain things, self-medication, all that kind of stuff. And he succumbed to that, dealt with it, and he came out of it and achieved a lot more in his life. So just saying. Let's finish this up and we can have that conversation. We're almost done with it.
Physically was handed this K-bar sheath by the head of the ISP, as he was the head of the ISP's department responsible for processing of the crime scene. Turned it over to him 12:10 a.m. November 14th, 2022. What happened to that sheath? Who took possession of it? Who was anywhere near it? And why? Hopefully, these are questions that the public will be provided answers to in the very near future. If you have any comments, any thoughts, any opinions, please leave them here. Until next time, this is Kathy.
And guys, please jump over to Kathy's Indie Zone, hit the like button on that video specifically. She did a great job there, as she does with all of her stuff. Subscribe if you have not yet. Make sure you hit the notification bell. She's right. One more discrepancy. There shouldn't be any, but there's so many. Not just one, not just two, not just 5, not just 10. So many. This is not a cut and dry, black and white, Occam's razor, quadruple homicide murder case. It's not.
It's every step of the way. There's something or multiple things that are inconsistent.
Absolutely.
And just breaking it down from a psychological standpoint of he overcomes addiction. He goes on to do great things. He gets a degree, goes for his master's, all to kill 4 people
just because he felt like it. I've heard that theory. Just because he wanted to see if he could do it. No. You don't get this kind of an education. You don't build this kind of a background just so that you can go throw it in the garbage can. Come on. He overcame being overweight. He overcame bullying. He overcame a heroin habit, folks. That's almost near impossible to do. To go on, like you said, to get multiple degrees, to be referred to Washington State University from DeSales by his professor because he was so good at this and such a great student, such a decent person. He saved somebody else's life. That he could have, if he's such a murderer, why did he not let that woman die?
And I mean, you just look at it from the standpoint of,
I can't believe it.
If he was trying to do the perfect murder, so to speak, then why in the hell would you leave a living witness?
Not especially 2. Yeah, thank you. Why would you leave the sheath behind? This dude he knows everything, folks, about this shit. He wrote about it. You wouldn't make that mistake. And he's got OCD. He's a perfectionist. Nah,
And
I don't believe that.
and someone like him wouldn't do this in such a messy fashion on top of all that because of the OCD.
Yeah, and he's a vegan. He couldn't even cut a fucking fish, you guys. He couldn't fillet a fish, but he could do this. Are you serious? In the hands, the dyspraxia, you think he killed and stabbed 4 people well over 100 times combined? Come on.
In under 90 seconds.
In under 90 seconds, yeah. That's so stupid to me. Fish have feelings. Yes, they do, Lucy. They have they have feelings. But still.
What gets me is why have all that time spent in schooling for in aspiration of being a detective or FBI agent, and you throw your life away just for this?
Thank you.
To prove what?
That's right. What was he going to do with this? What would you do with this? And here's the thing: if that's the case, that he failed. He failed. If he was trying to prove that he could do it, he failed horribly. Because guess what? We're sitting here talking about him, you guys. Bullshit. This is not at all what this is. This man didn't do it. He didn't do it.
I mean, if he did do it, I just want to know how he did it.
Show us how he did it if he did it.
I just can't. And I'm sorry, to me, when you change a plea, you got to have a confession. We didn't get that. He just changed the plea. And that's not an admission of guilt, in my opinion. And not only that,
not at all.
Not only that, Hitler knows exactly what was in the evidence. He already knew through his bias that he was guilty. He already made up his mind. And it was true what Hitler said. I am not bound by this plea. He wasn't.
Get out of there.
He was backed in the corner. They couldn't do anything. Ann Taylor even said and was arguing with Hitler, I don't have to make a case for my client. I can sit here and just be quiet and let the prosecution make their case. And everything that we've ever covered so far, especially with Payne, if you read that through that transcript, she was setting his ass up because the date was wrong. They knew Koberger before the 19th, even before the 5th. And she knew it. And she knew whenever she sit there and said that my client is innocent, because she knew
that he was innocent.
That the prosecution did not have a case.
Yep.
And if this was going to trial, not only Brian Koberger, but you talking about the whole prosecution team and all the investigators that was involved in this case will be without a job. Plain and simple. Even Hitler acknowledged that. There's a reason why this didn't go to case, y'all. They couldn't afford to. They wouldn't lose their livelihood.
They knew they weren't going to win.
Because it was made up bullshit. They didn't investigate this case right.
They didn't do any investigating. I mean, the fix was in as soon as the 911 call was made. Not a single interview that I have seen does an officer say, "Why did you wait 8 hours to call 911?" They didn't even ask. They didn't even try to position an answer or kind of do some sort of Jedi mind trick to get them to spill the beans on that. Nothing. They were not interested in trying to figure out why it took them 8 hours. And the only logical conclusion is they were cleaning, they were covering up. I mean, the list goes on, and none of it is good.
Yeah, it's supposed to be the bloodiest crime scene that's ever happened in their whole career. They never seen a bloodbath like they described. And when we got the body cams, we walking through and we seen the house was kind of disarray, but it was nothing like they said it was. I'm looking for the blood all over the place. There's none of that.
Like they were saying, there were blood all over the walls, and it wasn't. And if that chase that Dylan is so hell bent on saying that happened going down the stairs, you'd see blood spots all over that. Whether it was Kaylee running down the stairs, Xana running down the stairs, especially if it was Xana running down the stairs, because that means the deed upstairs had already been done, and he would have been soaked in blood. And you can say, well, maybe he changed his clothes, but that doesn't make any sense, because he would have to have, that chase would be instantaneous on top of the blood drops showing that whoever killed Maddie and Kaylee, they were moving at a slow rate. It was a Jason Voorhees, Michael Myers, just slow, methodical, knew exactly what he was doing, like it was a script.
Methodical, very much so. Yes, and it wasn't just one person. I'm going to show you. I do not, never have, and never will believe one person did this. There were multiple people there, and I don't believe one person did this with one weapon. Okay, no, or multiple weapons. I don't believe this was one person that had 4 knives sticking out of their pants and started grabbing different things. This was multiple weapons. Okay, there's no way. Let me show you something else too, because I'm a commentary channel. That's what I do. Since people complain about that, I've come to find out. But that's okay. I'm sorry that you're boring and you have no way to talk to people, but that's all I'm saying. And don't worry about what I'm talking about, you guys. I'm just reacting to other people making statements to me. Not in here. This is and I want to show you another great creator out there that made some great statements here. I have a lot of respect for this guy. I love what he does. 1 second, you guys. I gotta find this other thing here real quick. In regards to Brian or anybody doing this by themselves, with one weapon, with multiple weapons, no. 1 second. And this is another channel I would love to see you guys subscribe to if you have not yet. He does great stuff. I'd love to be able to get together and do something with him soon myself. Unfiltered Lucky, this video here he put out 22 hours ago, folks, yesterday. I love this guy. A lot of respect for him. He does great work. So please check this out. And make sure you subscribe to Unfiltered Lucky as well. There is his link in the chat. Right there. Here we go.
Shows and tells us that he used a knife, a K-bar knife. And that's a weapon we believe was used to commit all the murders.
Hey everyone, it's Lucky with Unfiltered Lucky, and today I want to talk a little bit about the Idaho 4 case. Now, in my last video, we talked a little bit about Olivia Gonzalez and her interview with Brian Entin. We talked about her search for answers, because obviously, even after Brian Kohberger has pled guilty to this crime, she still has a lot of questions. And who wouldn't? I mean, think about what the prosecution is trying to tell us. They're asking us to believe that a 28-year-old PhD student in criminology at Washington State University, where there's tons of other female students, there's sororities, there's a ton of people that he could have targeted at this college that he attended, drove across state lines from Washington, which is a
He came from a state that does not support the death penalty and did it over here. Remember that too.
a non-death penalty state, into Idaho, which is a death penalty state. And he drove there to commit a very heinous crime that would obviously warrant the death penalty. Then he drives his own personal vehicle, registered in his name, directly to the King Roadhouse, a house that investigators cannot prove that he's ever been to. Now he's going into this.
Now, please understand something also. Brian knows all about the death penalty, where it's at, what crimes can be committed that will bring the death penalty down upon you. He knows it. He wrote all about it. He knows it all. Remember that too.
House full of people, lights on, cars parked out front, armed with only a knife. And he's going in to attack these victims. Victims who investigators cannot prove that he has any connection to whatsoever. So, are we seeing a pattern here? It seems as though investigators are having a really hard time connecting the dots. I mean, he's going to a strange house to attack victims that he has no connection to. So, he gets inside the house and he attacks 4 healthy young adults, one being a 6'4" male who's athletic, armed with only a knife. And he attacks these victims and inflicts multiple injuries. All of these victims have defensive wounds, and they're spread out over this house. So it's not like these victims were condensed into one area. They're paired up in 2 separate bedrooms on 2 separate levels that are across the house from each other. So this suspect has to walk from floor to floor. And like I said, he's armed with only a knife. And he commits this crime in an extremely short amount of time by himself. So after committing this very physical attack on 4 different victims, he leaves the house. And as he's leaving the house, he runs into one of the 2 roommates who were not attacked. So he runs into Dylan Mortensen on the way out of the house. He sees her, she sees him, and for some reason, he decides to leave her alone. After taking the lives of 4 people, he decides to leave a witness. And he doesn't seem concerned that Dylan might call for help. And ironically, she does not. So he guessed right. Now, doesn't this seem odd? I mean, in order to commit this crime in such a short amount of time for one person using one weapon, it would seem as though this individual would need to be familiar with the layout of the house, maybe familiar with these victims, maybe, be a ninja. Because in my opinion, it seems almost impossible for one individual who is not a trained, knife expert to go into this house and take the lives of 4 individuals in such a short amount of time and then get out of the house uninjured or without leaving any significant evidence behind. Something on an immovable object that would indicate that he was definitely inside this house, because this knife sheath does not prove that Brian Kohberger was inside this house. It only proves that the knife sheath was inside the house. I mean, to me, this does not sound believable. It doesn't sound believable to me that just some random individual with no experience using a knife, that we know of. I mean, I feel like if Brian Koberger had training using a knife, that would be something that we would have heard by now. So it seems unbelievable to me that this individual could go into this house, do this much damage, and get out unscathed, and then just drive off into the night, you know, go home, take a shower, call his mom, and then go to Costco. I mean, think about that. It sounds ridiculous. Now, something that also raises a red flag for me is that this prosecution was taking Brian Koberger to trial for the death penalty. You know, it seems as though they would be pretty sure about the results of their investigation. They said that only one knife was used and that Brian Koberger was the sole suspect. But when Bill Thompson is doing these interviews, he doesn't seem so sure. He says that it's a possibility that there could have been multiple suspects, that their evidence doesn't, you know, show that, but it's a possibility, and that it's a definite possibility that there could have been multiple weapons.
I also think it is possible that he had another weapon of some type. I don't know if it was a blunt force weapon or something. I think that it is likely that he had more than one weapon with him, but we don't know what that actually would have been.
So, does this sound like a prosecutor who's absolutely sure about the details of this investigation? So let's talk about this idea that one suspect went into this house with multiple weapons. Because in my opinion, after seeing the autopsy reports, it does seem as though multiple weapons were used in order to commit this crime. So what are the chances that one suspect goes into this house to commit this crime holding multiple weapons? I mean, think about this. So Brian Koberger walked into this house holding a knife in one hand with the sheath still on it, according to law enforcement, and another weapon in the other hand. So this suspect would have definitely needed a free hand. They're running all over this house, up and down the stairs. They're manipulating their victims. How is this suspect holding on to two weapons while running around this house? I mean, that doesn't sound strange that this suspect has both of his hands full and he's running all over this house, up and down the stairs with a weapon in each hand. I mean, picture that in your mind, that this person would be holding two weapons. One of the weapons has the knife sheath on it still, which seems ridiculous. I mean, he would obviously know that he would have to put this weapon down in order to take the sheath off of the knife in the first place. So it seems ridiculous. And if the knife sheath is not going to be attached to your body, why bother even bringing it? I mean, that defeats the whole purpose of even having a knife sheath. So I think that it's very odd to believe that one individual was using multiple weapons, because they would need to have a free hand. There's no way this guy is running into this house with his hands full. It just doesn't make sense. In my opinion, multiple weapons would...
He needed a free hand as well to control the situation, to control the subject that he's attacking in that aspect as well, and defend himself. Think about that.
Would indicate that there were multiple attackers. Some of the details of this case that the prosecution is asking us to believe really doesn't make a lot of sense when you look at it in a real world situation. It would be a stretch for Brian Koberger, who we've never heard had any experience training with knives, had no experience with knife fighting, went into this house and efficiently took the lives of 4 young adults all by himself, in an extremely short amount of time without getting injured himself. I mean, yeah, are K-bars effective? Absolutely. But you still have to know how to use them in order for them to be that effective. Could you use the pommel end of a K-bar to deliver a blunt force strike? Absolutely. But for someone to use both ends of this K-bar knife and do it effectively without dropping the knife or having it knocked out of their hand, you know, they would need to have some skills. And in my opinion, someone who buys this knife on Amazon on a family account would not have those skills. You know, I don't see someone who has no history of violence going into this house and being able to be calm and cool while committing this crime. I mean, I don't believe that he just lucked out by leaving this crime scene uninjured. I just don't believe that. Something else that I want to talk about.
That's important to understand too, folks. We saw, we read, we know the defensive wounds that Xana has, that Kaylee has, how horrible they were injured. Brian Koberger has not even a blemish, a scratch, a hair out of place. Not one. Not 1 ounce of DNA from the crime scene on anything he owns in his office, his apartment, his car, his parents' home. Nothing. You killed 4 people. How? How did you do that without bringing not one speck, not one little drop of DNA from that scene with you? And he didn't clean his car. That's a lie. Everything they have stated he's done that has put him in this mix, they've lied about it. It's all untrue.
He's a trained Russian spy.
That's how you'd have to look at it to believe it. But these people still believe it. Only because they were told to. Because MSM put it out and said he did it. Because law enforcement arrested him and said he did it. Because Nancy Grace went on a live show and said he did it. Because Ashley Skeletor said he did it. Brian Enton said he did it. That's why. I don't believe it. You're going to have to show me something that's real to show me he did it. That's all I'm saying. No, he didn't bleach his car. Another lie Brian Enton put out. Just the lie Brian when he said that I can't. When Brian Enton said that he asked who else had been arrested for this. That's a lie. They have all been proven liars, folks. Proven liars. Brian Enton, Ashley Smashfield, Banfield, whatever her name. All of them have all proven that they've lied. They're all liars. But you'll believe them and you won't believe him. Do some soul searching for those of you that believe that he did this, please.
Is why do all of the details of this case seem to be wiped away rather quickly? You know, why does the prosecution and investigators want to remove these details as soon as possible? If you really think about it, the victims were cremated very, very quickly. 3 weeks after the crimes occurred, Chief Fry pulled up to the King Roadhouse, an active crime scene, in a U-Haul truck.
They moved very quickly on everything they did here, including arresting a suspect. Everything. A quadruple homicide case, and they were done with everything within a month, folks. They were moving everything here. All of this stuff that Lucky's talking about is 100% fact. Everything was done very fast, including the fact they even removed the entire crime scene. They demolished it. They destroyed it. It's gone. All of it. There's not a trace of this left now, folks. Nothing. That's interesting to me.
and they began loading the furniture and belongings from the victims into this U-Haul. I mean, that's odd, you know, because they weren't done with this investigation, yet they were already moving things out of this house. Now, moving the furniture is kind of a big deal because it would change the acoustics from inside this house. So when investigators are going in to see what could be heard and who could hear what, not having the furniture in the house would change the acoustics.
Very, very true. And I told you guys a long time ago, hence the reason why I believe they tore the house down, because they were doing everything they could do to remove this and move this as fast and as quick as they can get this out of the people's minds and their eye. Okay. But yeah, he's right. The acoustics would have changed. It was already, which is why I don't think anybody believed in the beginning when Dylan said she didn't hear nothing. You're a liar. There's no carpeting in this house. And then she comes out blatantly and tells the world, you can hear everything in this house. Remember,
Bethany could hear everything.
They both could hear everything, in my opinion. I'm sorry. Bethany, maybe not as much, but probably just as much. I'll just say it that way. Just say it that way.
If jurors wanted to walk through this crime scene, removing the furniture would change, the outcome of what they would hear compared to what the people heard inside the house on the night of the crimes. Not that that would have mattered because they actually knocked the whole entire house down. So they actually removed the entire crime scene and buried it underground. I mean, that doesn't seem odd to anyone that they've removed all of the details and all of the evidence from this crime scene rather quickly. Maybe that has to do with the university itself. Maybe the University of Idaho wanted to get rid of a lot of this evidence right away because they didn't want it to reflect badly on their university. But it just always seems strange to me that they removed a lot of the, vital pieces of this case so quickly. I mean, it just seems strange to me. But let me know what you think in the comments. Do you think that this attacker would have walked into this house with their hands full, holding a weapon in each hand and not having a free hand? Do you think it's strange that they've removed a lot of the evidence and the details of this case so quickly? Some before they even had a suspect in custody. And do you think that it's odd that Brian Koberger pled guilty, removing any more evidence and any more details of this investigation? Because to me, Brian Koberger pleading guilty was the last step in removing everything that had to do with this investigation and everything that had to do with this case. Let me know what you think. And thanks for hanging out with me today. I really do appreciate it. And I hope that you guys had an amazing day. We'll see you next time.
And there again, I just wanted to run that because I truly 100% agree with Lucky in that aspect. It's ridiculous, guys. From day one, they started from day one removing every bit of this as fast as they could. From the victims to the house, folks. It's all gone. There's nothing left to prove anything with this. Nothing. And I feel like some of the evidence was destroyed as well. That's my opinion, of course. But what other answer would you have for things that we can't find? There's been so many convenient, ridiculous things that have happened. There was a fire. There was a refrigerator that went bad. There was things that, if you ask people that investigated this case that called themselves investigators on this case, I don't know. Their answers are, I don't know. I can't remember. I can't place it. What? I mean, honestly, it's so ridiculous. It's so right in front of our faces. Every time something comes out of this, like Dylan said a little bit ago, in every turn that they make, there's a new red flag that pops up. Every time.
Well,
it's ridiculous. Go ahead, gentlemen. If you had something to say, please do.
It just kind of goes back to what I was saying earlier. I mean, they wouldn't have gone to these extremes and then try to put it on somebody that's an outsider and set them all up for it and put his ass away like they did to Kohlberger and say, job well done, fellas. We got away with it. Now they won't never, ever, ever find out. My hope is that narrative changes and we will find out who did this and who was involved. And I hope and pray that whoever did it gets the justice they deserve. Because, like I said, everything that I felt about that town, that university, everything was done in secret. Well, their secrets was done with the whole world watching. There's a reason why we're still following this case, guys. Anything else after he said I'm guilty, well, that case closed. We will never hear about it again. But when you start leaking stuff out of prison, of him being in jail, and doing the things that we've seen time and time again, it's all red flags. I just hope that somewhere, someplace, somebody, somewhere is going to take a look at this. Because this is not what I thought our judicial system would be about. In my heart, this is a true black eye to our country, our judicial system, and all the men and women that wears the uniform across our country.
That's a very good point, sir. Very good point. It makes law enforcement officers look bad in every aspect. It makes people not trust them or want to trust them. It makes people not want to trust our judicial system. And folks, this reflects on every one of us. This could happen to each and every one of us at any given time. That's the scariest part of all of this. Okay. And that can't happen. It just can't. People don't deserve to go through this, folks. We know that. Nobody does. Okay. It's insane. All because we don't know. We don't know why. I'm just going to say it seems like it's all because they're protecting something for whatever reason. For whatever reason.
You're right, Dago. You wouldn't have gone through this extreme like they did over nobody.
Or no, for no reason, of course. This was a lot. Okay. There's someone, I think it's more something, possibly, maybe someone that is being protected or is being swept under the rug, for lack of better terms, I guess you could say. Something's not right. I don't get it. I just don't.
What's your thoughts, Dylan?
The thing is, laws are only words on paper, especially if they're not enforced. They need to be enforced, plain and simple. And when you have the guys with the badges that are the bad guys, you get what we got in Moscow. And one of the many reasons why I could never lead a FBI or some kind of investigative agency is because I am not one to show any sort of mercy to evil. if I were to walk in and take over the FBI, and I'm told to look over this case, and everything that we think is true is actually true from the cover-ups and all that. Not only am I hunting down every single person involved in this cover-up, I'm making sure the media is there for the perp walk. I'm doing the raids at ungodly hours. And I'm dragging Dylan and Bethany back to Idaho, and I'm getting my answers. Plain and simple. It's just, and you're absolutely right, Hemisphere. It is a black eye on the justice system. It's an absolute embarrassment to law enforcement, and Dago is 100% correct on it can happen to anybody, and it falls on the people of Moscow to not allow something like this to not just happen, but to continue to perpetuate. But they're all cowards in Moscow, refusing to stand up for what's right. Plain and simple.
Yeah, I agree.
Absolutely. Absolutely. But now that we know some details about this Sheath, and I'm starting to point in the direction that I believe that this 1.4. Hang on a minute.
I was thinking about that video I was telling Dago about earlier about that transcript with Payne about the December 19th of when they'd known about Brian Koberger. And then in this reports that's in this new batch shows whoever was redacting it must have slipped and didn't redact the wrong thing or something. But it clearly states Brian Koberger as a suspect on December the 5th. That's a big deal because that was something that was argued from Ann Taylor to Payne because she knew that. And that's the reason why she was grilling him like she was doing in that hearing.
Isn't there evidence to suggest that they knew they had the name Brian Koberger as soon as the 19th? You're on me, Dago.
I think they knew Brian Koberger on November 25th. That's my opinion. Okay, but I believe that December 5th is the provable date. Now they're saying they didn't have his name till the 19th.
When did Brian Koberger change his license plates from Pennsylvania to Idaho?
Where's Eddie at? Eddie has it written in his notes. I don't. I can't remember. I used to know the date, but I can't think of it right now.
Was it sometime around the 3rd?
It could have been, I think. It could have been.
I'm just asking because how would they know that if they didn't know about Brian Koberger by then? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. She said 11/18 of 22. Yvonne. Thank you, Yvonne. Welcome, by the way. Well, what I was going to say, folks, is that I believe that 1.4, what we were talking about earlier with Annie in here, that I believe that the 1.4 is the answer to this case. I think that's where the answer lies. I think that's where the truth lies. I think they knew when they first tested the 1.4 sample, they got their answer. And they didn't like that. They didn't like what it came out to be. And they knew then they had to change something. And from that point forward, everything else is where all this came from. Okay. I think 1.4 is the answer to the whole thing. And if we could, because we know that there's still extraction left from 1.4. Why wouldn't it be tested? I think if it still exists, that it should be tested.
You think
by
that
somebody
you think
else.
that's what Ann Taylor might be angling for?
It could be. It could be. There could be many things that she's looking at. It could be that she did test it and got a different answer out of it, and they wouldn't let her come forward with it.
And then at that point, then you just leak it to the media.
Well, yeah, but we also know that Ann Taylor was threatened horribly at some point, and that's partially why this whole thing went into effect. And I gotta wonder that if it was leaked to the media and it came out, if that would be a problem for her and her family. So there we, I don't know. I'm just saying some of this stuff has come to the table, and it's been a pretty bad issue. So
I think they all knew exactly who, and what was involved.
Oh, I believe they do.
There's no doubt in my mind. They know.
They know who did this. They probably know why this happened. In my opinion, as well. I believe they do know who and why. In my opinion, truly the real answer, the truth, the actual truth to this, and they all absolutely know it wasn't Brian.
Yeah, because Bill Thompson made it clear in his statements and how they view him. He's like yesterday's trash, pretty much. And they treat him like that.
Right. Welcome, Moonbreaker.
All the cases that I've ever covered or ever known about, even in the Chris Watts case, they knew he did it. It was just a point of catching them in a lie.
Right. There's your answer.
So it's like, for anybody to be accused, yeah, you're going to be interrogated. And for you to say, we never interrogated. Well, if you interrogate it, okay, show us the interrogation. Oh, we didn't film that. You didn't film it? You didn't have your body cams on?
Right. I don't believe that either.
But you went all the way up to Pennsylvania to talk to him.
Well, I don't believe. I believe PA police maybe not. Maybe they didn't possibly, but the FBI sure as hell did. They're not. Nobody's going to go into a house like that without protecting themselves. So bullshit. I'm calling on that one. And there's your answer, Hemisphere, about the license plate. She said some sources further note that the Washington license plate CFB 8708 was issued on December 5th of 22. Interesting point. Thank you, Miss Meg.
And there you go. That's the reason why they knew about him on the 5th. And that's what David Advocate was talking about.
Mm-hmm. Gotcha.
Not on the 19th. So Payne clearly lied on that. And that's the reason why Ann Taylor was grilling him in that during the hearing.
Yeah, he changed his registration on November 18th. The license plate was issued on December 5th. So thank you, Meg.
Bada boom. There you go.
Every time we turn a corner, we get lied to again. Every time. I want you guys to tell me one thing that has been presented to us in this case that's been true, other than the date that it happened on.
In any way, does that make anybody feel like they did all this for those victims? No.
Not at all.
No. And it sure as hell wasn't for their parents. And that's what infuriates me about the parents. I mean,
Yeah,
if it was your daughter or your son, how would you feel to know that law enforcement did this just to frame somebody else that didn't do it, and then lie to you all the way through it? That's crazy to me.
yeah,
Right.
I'm turning hell itself upside down to make sure that they got the right they have the right person, and it's clear and obvious at this point they don't. And for Steve G to be as vocal as he has been, and then all of a sudden he's just kind of going along with the flow. I mean, come on, dude, come on. And he goes on this whole tirade on what was it, Nancy Grace, about how Bill Thompson has lied to him over and over and over again,
Right.
and yet he's still going to believe the actual. He's still going to believe that it was Brian Koberger. Come on now.
He knows. I think he knows too, you guys. I'm pretty sure. I feel comfortable enough saying that I believe that he knows that Brian didn't do this.
And imagine the nuclear football that would get kicked off if Steve G came out and said, "Yeah, I think there's no way in hell that Brian Koberger killed my daughter."
Right.
And then that puts the lying media into a jam of how do we cover this, because we've been telling people this, and then all of a sudden he's coming out with that,
Mm-hmm.
and you can't really attack the parent because I mean it puts all the scum media into a pickle.
Yep.
Okay.
Absolutely.
To know that the real killers could be still walking the streets, 3 years later.
I believe they are.
And it kind of goes with the profile, really. I mean, if you look at all these snitches they have up there, Molly.
Mm-hmm.
And I wouldn't be surprised if Molly actually played a role in the whole operation. Not just the fact that she's just trying to get off of a DUI or whatever.
Well, I don't think she planned it. I don't think she's smart enough to do something like that. Involvement, sure.
Yeah,
Sure.
yeah. I'm not saying she planned it, but she played a role in it, whether it be
Yeah.
useful idiot or whatever.
Keep talking, guys. I got to grab something. I can still hear you though. Keep going.
Like I don't see any avenue that Molly, and I haven't seen Molly's interview yet. I still gotta watch that, but there's no way that she doesn't have some sort of role in this thing, and that alone should be enough for somebody to come in and say, "Hey, Molly, I know you know something. You need to tell us, or we're going to charge you with obstruction."
Or they'll tell her, say, look, won't you say, if you say this right here, we'll make all that go away. So you ain't going to worry about that. As long as you say this right here.
Yep.
We'll make all the other stuff go away. You ain't got to worry about all that.
They've done it many times before.
The bottom line is they had to come up with somebody because their undercover cop was patrolling the area that night. So they had to come up with something to put Koberger there to make their narrative stick. And all this reenactment of pain driving all this path of what Brian Koberger could have. That's bull. Come on now, really.
I have some real questions for a couple of those two officers, by the way, that were there that night. What?
Well,
Okay,
I will.
keep going.
I might be dipping into a little bit from what I've heard and what everybody's talking about was Rosie and Kaylee was having a relationship on the side. Tisdale dropped off Rosie that night. He goes in the house, then magically appears on the other side of that little neighborhood, and Tisdale picks him up. Then they're magically at the Banfield. We're starting to see there's footage of the same guy that was wearing that checkered shirt was over there around that neighborhood at the time. Earlier that night.
Wait, say that again.
In the Phoenix, I was watching the video.
Mm-hmm.
The band, was it Linda Lane? They had footage of the same guy that was on Banfield wearing the same jacket that Rosie and Tisdale was writing tickets out for.
Oh, I got you.
But everything that the way it's going, and until it's concrete, and we're gonna have that there it is right there. Moment to know exactly what all happened in the events, step by step, of how it all played out. And my question I've always wanted to know too, what was in Kaylee's phone? Because you've seen that the grub truck footage, she was hot and heavy on her phone.
Yep.
So I would like to know who she was texting like that. I think somebody may shed a little light on that, and it's just all because we can't speculate. It's speculation because it's not been proven yet that she possibly could have been texting Rosie at the grub truck.
Does anybody know when Maddie's phone pretty much stopped having activity?
It was right before 2, my understanding.
And then Kaylee's was a little bit after that.
Her last, they both of them was trying to call Jack D right up to about 2:00.
Okay, Moonlit was 2:56. Was that Maddie's or Kaylee's?
See, that's the thing too. They messed up the timeline so dang bad because I've been hearing that.
Well,
so we don't even know what's the true timeline because we got some say Bethany didn't get to the house till 11:00 that morning. So she wasn't there at all.
All right. They're saying both. Well, because I remember reading a thing in the Moscow PD that they were having issues getting into Kaylee's phone because of because nobody knew the code, but from the way it sounded, they knew the codes to Ethan's phone, they knew the codes to Xana, and they knew the same with Maddie's, but they didn't know Kaylee's. So I'm kind of looking more towards Kaylee's phone being the most accurate, timeline of when this all would have actually started.
See, I'm seeing 2:54 a.m. Then Kaylee's at 2:53. Then I'm hearing that 2 o'clock was the darkest hour.
They never got into Kaylee's phone?
That's what I've been waiting to see about. I hadn't seen that yet.
They would have gotten they would have been able to get a warrant to get Apple to open it up. Assuming she's got an iPhone, which I think she does.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that they got into her phone. I don't know that there's never been any talk about Maddie's phone. Oh, now I got that footage. I see it now.
But yeah, right off the right off the cuff, it just looks because I don't know, I don't trust Maddie's phone's activity. I don't trust Xana's or Ethan's. Kaylee's I'm a little bit more towards trusting. I'm just trying to multitask here because.
So remember how we were told, you guys, that they got, when they left the grudge truck, they got into a silver sedan, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Eric Gower picked him up and they got into a silver sedan.
Right.
Yeah, no.
If this in the docks, could it be in the Moscow docks or could it be in
I just want to point something out real quick. Birdie put out, and I appreciate him doing it, but watch this real quick. Okay, so this is them and Showalter walking. This is another camera view of them walking to the grub truck, okay? This is the first time I've ever seen this. And then, once they go around, which this is fine. Boy, Maddie was a mess there while she was walking. Here they go. Leaving. Like they did. That is blue or black. It's a sedan, 4-door, but looks like a Prius to me. Okay, that ain't silver. So where did that even come from? That's nuts. It's originally from Christie. Okay, thank you, Busy. I didn't know. But anyway, just saying. There it is, folks. One more lie. I can tell the car for sure is a Prius, but just a minute here. My apologies. Just a minute. Let me check something here. This is Christie's video. All right, so this is, I guess we can review this real quick because I didn't get a chance to watch Christie's new stuff yet. There we go. This is at the Corner Club. I don't know why everybody has to be redacted from this, but whatever. It looks fake. Okay. I mean, this is them for sure. I have no doubt about that. That girl with that Idaho shirt on is that McClure, Jenna McClure? That's the same hoodie or sweatshirt that she had on in the video of her interview.
That just adds.
That's not That's not Jenna McClure. She had that kind of a shirt on when she was. They probably all do though, because Idaho. New York. Okay.
It is clinically insane that they have everybody blurred out.
Yeah, I know. I don't know why they do this with the redacted bullshit, but everybody's saying the grub truck video looks odd. Okay. And there they go walking. And Maddie's still walking. That's how they were walking in the other video too. Maddie was in the back. But so was Showalter, I thought, or at least for some point. This is at 140. They come walking across the street. Why has this never been put out before? See, this is what I was trying to do, was to get all the other businesses and get all their video footage foiled.
Who is she walking with?
That's the three of them walking there, and then there they go. There goes Showalter. Where's all the stuff on the side of the grub truck there? The letters and stuff. Wait a minute. Let me check something here. See? Why unless they blurt it out because they're trying to protect the owner of the grub truck. I guess, I don't know.
It's kind of like closing the barn doors after the horse bolted.
Exactly. Yeah, and the timestamp on this is odd. 152. It's not like a regular camera timestamp. You know what I'm saying? That I will say is odd. I've never seen it before either. Is it? I don't know if it's AI or not, Leah. I don't think. I mean, it doesn't look like it is. It does look like a real camera, but I've never seen one like this. It's just strange.
It looks like a editing time.
Yeah,
like editing timestamp.
Right. So the other timestamp, there's no timestamp on it. The one that Birdie played last night, and it had a 9 o'clock. Really? Hold on. Just a minute. That said 152. Just a minute. Let me see what Birdie said.
I was going to say earlier when I was watching that clip of the Corner Club.
All right, see, look at this here, folks. I don't know what to take now at this. This is odd. Hold on. There's the grub truck. Like I said, it's either blurred out or I don't know. Anyway, down there it says 141. And here they come. Joe Vito said they left in a blue car. That's true. Then what? If they okay, Joe Vito said they left in a blue car. Showalter said they left in a silver car. I, I think Anna. Yeah, but Xana had a light blue Honda. That was a Prius. Where did this come from? Originally, where did it come from? Right. Yeah, we still don't know what happened with Xana and Ethan when they actually came home. I mean, that's definitely Kaylee and Maddie. He got it from Christy. Where did Christy get it at, though? I know Christy wouldn't do this. She wouldn't make it up. Yeah, I noticed Kaylee had to pull Maddie out of there. It looked like she was like, "Come on, let's go now." Yeah, I trust Christy. I know she wouldn't do something like that. Where is everybody? That's the other thing, folks, in the background here. Weren't there people around the time that they were there? Like, weren't there a bunch of people all around here?
I believe there were.
Okay, so this is 141. Hold on. See, here's an issue. And again, I don't if Christy foiled this is how they gave it to her. I don't believe she definitely would never do something like that. Okay. But look, let's go. Okay. Where is everybody? That's what I mean. Where's everybody at? 941. Okay, so this down here it says 141. Hold on. Yeah, there's nobody else. There were people still. Well, okay, there's one or two people there. Yeah, at 9:41 and 11:13. That's the day after. They would have been dead already. Think about that. Okay. There were people everywhere, folks. We should be seeing a ton more people right here, and I don't. That's weird. All right, let me go back to Christy's video real quick. This is odd. Very odd.
All right, I have the original Grub Truck footage up, and yeah, that is not an accurate video at all because there are
tons of people, right?
Yeah, especially outside the purview of the truck,
Uh-huh.
and depending on how far the truck goes back, you would see Maddie kind of bobbing in and out on the side,
Sure.
on the back end.
Exactly, to the front end of the truck.
Yeah, whichever side it's.
That's what I thought. Hold on.
So
let me pull this back up here.
Yeah, I have it up. I have it up. I'm looking at it right now.
Okay, so this is the new one. You have the old one up. And on we go. I've never seen footage from inside the club like this. All we had was that little clip, so I don't know where or how they got this. And right there's Showalter over there. There's Kaylee grabbing Maddie and saying, "Come on, let's go." Kaylee looks pissed. And there goes Showalter behind him. And somebody else went out behind him too. Okay. Anyway, on they go. Walking on down. This looks right. From what we saw from the other video. The way they were walking, so on and so forth. Again,
is that
Showalter
Maddie behind?
Yeah, Maddie's in the back. She was the whole time, I believe. Even when Kaylee says, now we're at. Okay, look at this. 11:13 at 9:41. They're already deceased, you guys. Okay. Unless it's 9. I mean, they're gone. This was the day after. Down here it says 141:32. All right. Now we do see a couple people.
And that's AM, right?
It doesn't say.
With the 0.
0941. Then maybe. Yeah, maybe. But still, does it look like it's AM out there?
Yeah, that's what I was going to make.
Right. And then as it plays, there's a couple people here. There should be more people showing over here. I mean, this looks right. The way they were walking seems right. Maddie was pretty messed up. Sorry about. Something don't look right. Yeah, something don't look right. I don't even know what to say, you guys. That's the first time I've seen that. And like I said, Christy wouldn't do something like that. If that's what it was, that's how she received it. She wouldn't alter or change anything. I can promise you that.
I do find it a little weird that Jack kind of had Kaylee like over the shoulder, kind of like holding her close, and then you have like Maddie just kind of dinking around like.
Jack didn't know her though. Remember, he doesn't know Kaylee.
Allegedly.
Mm-hmm.
As well, as Squirrely Dan would say on Letterkenny, allegedly.
Yeah, right. So agreed. Jesus Christ.
I don't know how, if you're not law enforcement and Jack says, "Oh, I didn't know her," and you see that video. All right, now we're gonna have a conversation in a much darker room.
Just as much as Hunter saying he didn't know her either.
Yeah, you know the code to her freaking house.
You're there all the time with her, but you don't know her? Come on. This is stupid, you guys. And he called her Kylie, too. What a joke. Oh, my God. Okay.
I mean, like I said, I could never like be a special prosecutor in this case or whatever, or like run this case, because as soon as I would see something like that and I get that kind of evidence, like arrests are going out, and not only are you getting arrested for obstruction, I'm also going to try to pin conspiracy and aiding and abetting a murder.
Yup.
And you want to fight this out in court? Well, let's dance.
Wow. Oh, this Potts just put a new video out. Oh, here you go. Here's a good one for you, real quick before we get out of here. Interesting point. Let's see, how long is this? 5 minutes. Thank you. Miss Kathy dropped a new one. Hang on. This is a good point she's making here, too.
My name is Kathy. On October 31st, 2025, the Idaho State Police released photographs of the sheath that was tested at the Idaho State Lab in Meridian, Idaho in November of 2022, specifically November 17th, 2022. Detective Brett Payne, who was the lead investigator into the crimes at 1122 King Road, first wrote about this sheath, this K-bar sheath, in the December 29th, 2022 affidavit of probable cause, signed under oath by him, 18 pages, which asked for and obtained a warrant for Mr. Koberger's arrest, also on December 29th, 2022, issued by then Magistrate Judge Megan E. Marshall. She has since been promoted to District Court Judge. The affidavit of probable cause served as the basis for finding probable cause and for the issuance of the aforementioned warrant by Judge Marshall. Until October 31st, 2025, the public had never seen an image of this K-bar sheath ever in the nearly 3 years since the date of the catastrophic events at 1122 King Road. We reported that it was Jeffrey Talbot, the lead detective assigned to the management of the Idaho State Police's crime scene investigation. The Idaho State Police had been invited in by the Moscow Police Department, lead agency. It was their jurisdiction, and they asked for the ISP's help. Detective Talbot arrived at 1122 King Road with a large ISP truck and several officials from Idaho State Police tasked with processing the crime scene. In the afternoon of November 13th, 2022, a warrant was issued authorizing ISP to go in, begin processing the crime scene, and remove certain evidence, including this sheath. There was a walkthrough at approximately 5:00 p.m. with Detective Talbot, Detective Payne Blacker, and 2 members of the Latah County Prosecutor's Office, Attorney Ashley Jennings and Attorney Bill Thompson. There has never been an answer to a question that arose regarding the location of that sheath on Madison Mogen's bed in her 3rd floor bedroom of 1122 King Road. The affidavit of probable cause.
By the way, there is a new interview that's out with the Gonsalves with Steve. It's up to you if you guys want to watch it. I can show it to you before we leave. This just has a couple more minutes, but it depends on if you want to see it or not because of who hosted the interview. It is over at the interview room with Chris McDonough. So it's up to you. Whatever you think, just let me know. If you want me to play that before we leave tonight, put a 1 in the chat. If no, put a 2.
Said that it could be seen on Madison's right side from the doorway. However, Detective Talbot had a completely different report of where the sheath was. According to his report, it was on Madison's left side. And this has been a discrepancy that's been addressed very little, I don't think ever by mainstream media. The question has never been answered, and there's never been a photograph or image or video of this sheath as it was found at 1122 King Road to answer the question of whether Detective Brett Payne recorded the location of the sheath correctly on the right side of Madison or Detective Talbot did when he reported it to be on her left side. If you have any thoughts, any comments, any opinions, please leave them here. And until next time, this is Kathy. Thank you for joining us here today.
Thank you again, Miss Kathy. Great job. Very interesting. Very interesting. Hold on a minute.
You're not going to stray away from that.
Hey, Dago, I'm going to step down. Thank you for having me today. I need to go to the store and stuff. So,
all right, Hemi. Thanks, brother. Have a good night, and I will see you soon, I hope.
All right, man.
Take care. Be careful out there. 1 minute.
I'll try to keep my shots on McDonough, PG.
Yeah, well. I don't know that I will. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. Oh, did he? Oh, he didn't have it yet. Wait. What is the date today? The 2nd. Oh, it hasn't happened yet. Okay. Hearts Unburdened Insights and Healing with Steve Christie Gonsalves and Dr. Gary Bricado. What the hell's going on? The time is, I keep forgetting. Did we have daylight savings last night or tonight?
Last night, I believe.
So what time is it? It's my computer says 7:19.
Yeah, that's what mine says.
So that's right?
Yes.
Right. I got lost for a minute. All right. Jesus criminy. All right, so it hasn't happened yet. It doesn't happen till 8:00. So my apologies, you guys. I misunderstood.
It happens with old age. So I'm told.
It does. It does. It very much does. Keep it up. Keep it up, buddy. Keep it up. I forgot all about that until I don't have anything to set back. I do have a couple clocks, but I haven't messed with them.
Yeah, I knew something was off when on my day off I got up earlier than I normally do.
Yeah. So we get to fall back. Is this where we gain an hour? I think. I think it is, yeah.
I don't know. I got the next 3 days off, so I don't have to worry about time.
Good for you. What do you? Oh no, it's all right, Meg. I see you're a traitor, trying to get rid of everybody, get him out of here. It's fine. No problem, Meg. Traitor. Just kidding. I love you to death. There's Buddy Bear. Google says it happened at 2 a.m. Sunday. That's what I thought. Like, yeah, that was like 2 a.m. this morning already. Kane, I didn't realize. Whatever, guys. I'm getting so my brain is starting to melt, I think. Yeah, we gain an hour. That's right, Melissa. All right, guys. Well, I think that's going to do it for tonight. Now that everybody's confused. Any last thoughts on this, Mr. Dylan?
Well,
Typically back.
Don't really have a just one singular thing. Just we're getting closer and closer to the truth in the forest of red flags, but at least now we know where the truth lies.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think it was on Maddie's right. In between the girls, that would have been her right, which makes sense. That's what Kathy was saying.
Which if that was the actual knife sheath, it would have been soaked in crimson.
Well, here's the thing. Let me add this. If it was placed in that position hours after this happened, when most of the blood absorbed and dried, well, that would make some sense. How do I set up my circle when my camera isn't showing my face on StreamYard? What do you mean, buddy? I don't know what you mean by that, brother. How do you set it?
Like how you got your logo on when you got the camera off?
Oh, you mean your avatar. You should just be able to click on it and it'll say edit avatar. Then you'll click in that and you can upload a picture or something to that from like anything you've downloaded. That's all. And then it'll give you the option. You can put multiple ones in there, like this one here. Or whatever else you want to put in there, senior. Like your Mike there, Mike Wazowski, you can throw that in there if you want to. You just have to upload the picture to it and then center it. That's all. How come it always seems like things get rolling at the end of your show? Then I don't want it to. I'm sorry. I thought it was a pretty good show throughout. I really enjoyed Annie joining us. I just noticed that SRB's here, which I'm surprised at because it's Sunday. If it was placed after, then how did it get Maddie and Kay's blood on it? That's a good question too. That's a good question. That makes a lot of sense, SRB. But I still think at this point that 1.4 is the answer to this, folks. I think that is the answer to this case. Oh, no, you're okay, Mike. Or Mike. I want to call him Mike Wazowski. Senior Wazowski, you're okay, brother. Now, go ahead.
I was just going to say, all I know is I can't wait to become president in 2032.
Is that what's going to happen?
That's the game plan. I even got the perfect campaign slogan.
Okay.
I can't be worse than the other guy.
That's a good slogan. I like that. I think they put his DNA on it, to be honest with you.
I'm not going to argue. I don't think his DNA was ever on it.
Well, we know that they did not. We now know that they didn't swab the snap button like they said they did, where they said they found Brian's DNA. I'd vote for you too, dude. Thank you, Meg. Now, guys, make sure you subscribe to Kane's channel, MKane Ultra. You want some entertainment, you'll get it there. That's a fact. Attack with a toothpick. I want to thank typically for joining me, Miss Annie, of course, Hemisphere, And of course, Mr. Dylan has been here the whole time. Very much appreciate it.
Outside of eating dinner.
I didn't know that, but that's all good. Thank you, Miss Teresa. Thank you to anybody that donated to support the channel, guys. Again, never ever expected, but damn, it's so very much appreciated. It keeps this channel moving forward, and keeps the bills paid. Helps to keep the bills paid, folks, because they definitely do add up. They're getting more and more expensive. Have a great night, Dylan. Appreciate you very much, my friend. As always, hope to see you again very soon.
Yep, if you're streaming tomorrow, I'll be here.
I do think it was there. I think whatever happened after is what is sketchy. Gotcha. Good point. I agree. I can agree for sure. You are welcome, Michelle. Thank you all very much for being here. Again, thank you to Typically Unique. Please make sure you're subscribed to her channel. Annie Potts for Miss Potts' channel. Please subscribe to that one. Please subscribe to Hildreth News, Mr. Dylan's channel. And of course, if you're not subscribed here, please do that. That helps a little bit, guys. It does help me.
And I do have the True Crime Rumble channel up and going. It is Hildreth's Verdict on Rumble.
Oh, there you go.
So
on Rumble, I'm gonna have to get on Rumble and check it out. I don't go to Rumble, but I will definitely check it out.
Yeah, I obviously haven't done anything because I just created it while we were on here. But it's
is Rumble hard to use?
No, it's pretty much the same as YouTube, except you can say a lot more stuff.
Okay.
And yeah, you can actually cuss in the first 30 seconds.
Oh, there you go.
That's it's a lot. It's a lot more. It's a lot more free roam than what YouTube is.
Very cool.
And they won't tear you down if you do 9/11 stuff.
That's good too. That's good too. Very good. And we did hit 2 out of 10 on the goal tonight. Thank you for that. You guys are awesome. And thank you just for being you guys. I appreciate you all very much. Thank you to my moderators for sure. Guys, don't forget to love yourselves and love each other. Please don't change a thing about yourselves. You guys are the beautiful people. And we will see you guys so very soon. Have a great night, guys. Good night and God bless. Bye-bye.
The coffee's cold, the final stain. We laid the map out in the pouring rain. No hidden corners left to creep. The dark truth woke while the city was asleep. The evidence lines up straight and true. A perfect picture of what they chose to do. The quiet street erupts in flashing light. A reckoning delivered in the night. SWAT serves the warrant, loud and clear. The sound of justice, the only thing we hear at the True Crime Cafe. We watch the suspect finally pay. The dark truth is backed and signed and sealed. The wound is closed, the name is finally healed. It's finally healed. The cafe's empty, closed for the night. We put the darkness back into the light. We'll wipe the count